Hello.
Good morning. So
Where
kind of. Yeah, it's not even good morning for me, but it feels like that.
where did Arise start?
You like the original English word, or like people saying "arise"?
In reference to a stream starting up. Arise
I'm
Shit Lords, Arise Beast Lords, Arise Trash King.
okay. So there's "arise ye tarnished."
Definitely not Elden Ring. It was well before that. Arise Ye
Then you
Tarnished
can
and
go.
amplified it.
Then you can go. Arise, chicken, chicken, arise, where Billy the Voodoo Witch Doctor tries to resurrect one of the Aqua Teen Hunger Force idiots who killed themselves,
Okay.
and just keeps saying "Arise, chicken" over and over. That's
Okay.
like that's like I don't know when Aqua Teen was running, but that's like 2004.
Okay. Definitely not Weapon Lord where Zorn yells "Arise" as he does one of
Wooly,
his cutting attacks.
Wooly.
Definitely not that.
Okay, I've been meaning to talk to you about this for a while. We need to have an intervention about wildly obscure
You
fighting
see,
game factoids.
you see that's the
I care.
You see,
Okay,
that's
I
that's the
care,
joke.
but like
You
humans.
see, that is the humor. That is the humor we find. Um,
That is like a laugh to keep yourself from crying type of joke.
no,
Weapon Lord, what is that? Is that a Xena episode?
yeah,
Oh
no,
God, even that reference is insanely dated. That is,
no. I feel like that. I was trying to figure out. I'm like, is there like a blank in my head of like a almost like Palpatine yelling "Arise," to
arise, Darth
Vader,
Vader.
yeah,
Yeah, no,
like
he says
thing,
that too.
or yeah.
But that's been supplanted by and like kneeled before Monster Mash and pledged to do the Graveyard Smash,
Mm-hmm.
which I
Mm-hmm.
still giggle every time I think about.
I think he just says rise. I think he just goes
Yeah, maybe.
rise.
Who knows?
Yeah. I made one
Boy,
bad
we got a lot
decision.
to talk about this week.
Busy week. Busy
Boy,
week.
there's a lot.
Big big week of busy, and like I'm checking my phone for updates on whether I can make it busier.
Yeah, on that dank info.
Dank info that needs
Hey,
approval.
if you're watching the podcast live and you sent Wooly a super cool informative email that may or may not get you in trouble, can you please write Wooly back to let him know whether or not we can talk about the contents of that email on the podcast?
Or in
Because that'd be
general,
really helpful.
there's times that like in really interesting, important, fun information comes out, and like give me with that, just give me the heads up as to whether or not you're okay with it being shared
Yeah,
publicly.
when you run, if you like send us an email with like a bunch of dank secrets
Mm-hmm.
that seem like they're like legally dubious, like I don't know.
Well, there's
If you were to post classified military documents to the War Thunder forums,
yeah,
you should also write in that forum post, these are cool to type. I'm good. You're good for it. Don't worry about it.
including what I'm seeing this morning is the latest in Russian stealth plane technology. Like the latest leak on War Thunder is the active ones they're using in the war currently.
Oops.
you know.
Wait,
Um,
didn't we goof about like shit posting
yes.
in the
Yes.
Ukrainian conflict yesterday last
Absolute
week?
100%.
The war has changed.
Forum tagged leaks and forum tagged plans. Yeah, no. And I mean the War Thunder admins, God bless them, they've been deleting it as soon as it goes up, and they're doing their best, but God, I can only imagine a room of sweaty like 80s fucking stockbroker style individuals just panicking every time a new one goes up, trying to race to delete it, you know.
All right, well,
Um
we
uh
we have a ton of shit. So why don't you take it away with whatever? What do you want to talk about today?
yeah, no, there's a lot. There's a lot. Well, uh for starters, I mean, how about this? Hi-Fi Rush.
What? Hold on, I need to get the screenshot that I took from my Twitch chat that I sent to you was from a gentleman in my chat called Ray Duran, who deserves credit for just asking, "Is this just Rhythm Nero?"
Sort of.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Sort of, yes, but a little more like cheeky main character energy, a little less anger, you know?
This is the best game.
Because
like I thought I was gonna walk in here and talk about like the Dead Space remake for like an hour, and I probably will, but it's out of my way, adorable sheep Dead Space, out of the way for even more adorable sheep Hi-Fi Rush.
Okay, I'm like, Nero is not the most apt comparison for the character, but it's like, no, but it rhymes with hero. I just got the pun. Okay, there we go.
I sent that to you like
no, I know, but when I read
26th.
it, I just read it as Nero with a guitar, or Rhythm Nero, or whatever. It's like, yeah, no,
it's like Guitar Hero.
No, but you sent me a quote that says, it says, read the quote.
Yeah, no, Rhythm Nero, like Rhythm Heaven or Guitar Hero.
Okay, Guitar Hero, Guitar Nero, that would have connected the pun. But if you just say Rhythm Nero, that doesn't work as well.
Okay, so let's talk about how I woke up this morning and Steam. You know when you turn on your computer, Steam, it just says, "Hey bitch, Steam." It pops up as the first thing, and what I saw was yesterday, Wooly played Hi-Fi Rush for the first time with no achievements underneath it. So what's your current experience with Hi-Fi Rush?
Well, yeah, I did get a Chivo by the end.
Oh, you did?
That.
Oh, it just doesn't show on my end.
Or maybe 2 or 3, I don't know. But so here's what's up. I did start it, and I played the first mission, the first verse, I guess.
Chorus.
The first chorus.
No, wait.
That's what it was.
The chorus is the boss. The track is the stage.
Okay. Yeah, track 1. Anyway, the intro to the whole thing that just starts rolling. Yeah, I mean, everyone that has been screaming at me about this from the moment it's been announced is correct in that this is just all Wooly aesthetics all day, every day. So based on at least, 75 minutes of playtime, like an hour and a bit, I'm going to be using the Third Rock from the System tip system, Third Rock from the Sun tip system, in which this game is a perfect 10 until proven otherwise.
Yeah, okay, I'm not familiar with that system.
So in Third Rock from the Sun, when they get to a restaurant, what's his face puts down a stack of money on the table and says to the waiter, this is your potential tip for the evening. Every time you do something that displeases me, I will take away a bill.
Oh, that's good.
and then every time a hesitation occurs, you just
that's a power
away.
move.
Yeah. So quite simply, this is a perfect game until something happens to make it less that. Because that experience in like the onboarding process is perfection. That's everything I want video games to be. It's I have the mildest, most single, like I have the
milk toast,
the lightest feather tap I'll mention, which is simply this. I wish that Chai, the protagonist's head, wasn't a generic one.
Well,
that's it.
Okay, so
that's literally it. That's the only thing.
So I went. I've done. So somebody in my chat yesterday said, "Wow, you can tell Pat is really crazy about something when bonus streams just start showing up on Sunday evening." Yeah. So like, I moved all my bullshit over to be like a Hi-Fi Rush time. I am now at mission. I'm 1.5 missions from the end. I'm like right there.
Nice.
Right?
Time?
So I'm going to use your grading system. The 10 until proven otherwise.
How much time?
A lot actually. Like 14 and a half so far.
HLTB currently not accurate.
Extraordinarily inaccurate. I don't know how you'd be able to beat the game in 6 hours.
Oh, when I looked at it, it said 12.
Okay, 12. I'm gonna say 12 to 15
It's getting
on
updated
average
as we go.
playthrough.
Yeah.
And then there's post stuff. So in terms of so what is Hi-Fi Rush? Hi-Fi Rush is a stealth drop, a surprise album, as it were, of a video game that came out earlier in the week with no foreknowledge. Like the name leaked out like an hour beforehand, and that's it. Like genuinely, completely stealth dropped. It is a rhythm game. It is a character action game, like a Devil May Cry. It is like when I was looking at the trailer, I'm like, why does this look so beautiful?
It does look beautiful.
And then you play it and you're like, it feels beautiful.
Yeah.
And then you look at the credits and you're like, oh, that's why. Because a bunch of the people who worked on fucking Beautiful Joe worked on this game.
Wonderful.
It is the second directed game by one John Johannes, aka Tango Gameworks' JoJo.
I feel
it is how do you put this? It's a character action game in which every single hit must be on beat. Every dodge, every move, every attack, every delay attack must be on beat.
Now, it will be on beat regardless of whether you are on beat. However,
that's the craziest thing.
If you happen to be on beat with the action, you get bonuses. But it doesn't actually force you to. You can still play and be bad.
I think what's wild is that like when I've loaded it up, I'm like, why does this game feel like shit? Like I loaded it up, I'm like, all right, let's try our square light button attack. Right? And it was just like the least responsive, like lagged out pile of shit. And then I get to the tutorial and it's like, no, the attack is going to come out on the beat, the 4/4 beat every time, no matter when you press it. But if you press it good, it'll feel responsive and it'll do more damage. And a little man, like a little crowd will go, hey,
yeah,
every time you do it.
Yeah. I thought that I held the button down and that's why it was taking so long for the attack to come out for a sec. Like, there was definitely a, like, what is happening? Okay. And the part that is done so well is if you have rhythm, you feel it, it's there, and it's just, you're going, it's instinctual, right? If you don't, this thing is taking every possible opportunity to be like, hey man, it's okay. We know. It does so much to help you out with the rhythm if you don't have rhythm.
All right, so starting up, difficulty levels. Difficulty levels change enemy aggressiveness and damage and health value and that kind of thing. They also change the strictness of the timing. So on easy, dude, you can hit anything. On normal, on hard and very hard, you are playing Guitar Hero. You are hitting it on very hard is very strict on the timing.
I'm surprised when they give you the warnings up front when you boot it and it says like, hey, this is rhythm based and thus you want to make sure your lag input is as low as possible, your latency down. I'm surprised they don't have an offset option because Guitar Hero and like Necrodancer have this where you can create a delay or offset visuals with audio depending on your setup to make sure you sync up no matter what your situation is.
So I want to get to that right after this part because there's the difficulty level, and then number 2 is every single fucking background element in every stage is pulsing to the beat or the backbeat. Every single sign and fucking line on the wall and shrub and piece of machinery and every single fucking thing is this gigantic clockwork beat.
Yeah.
So that even if you're playing the game deaf, The whole game
World
is pulsing.
Yes, the character
with the
snapping his fingers. If you can't pay attention to the world and you can't pay attention to your character who's either walking, tapping, running to the beat, then you can look at the HUD, the UI, the meters are all bouncing to the beat as well. And
in addition,
they sync up to the pulse of that.
Your little cat buddy 808 that hangs next to your character at all times is also pulsing with the beat at all times. And your character's walk and run are on beat. The footstep noise is a very, 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 very clear, like, tap footstep noise to go into the beat. And if that's not enough, hit select and a straight fucking metronome appears at the bottom of the screen and goes this
and just shows you that like note rhythm thing. Same thing as Necrodancer as well, where it's just like, here it is. You can literally see where you need to input shit. So it's all there. It's all there to help you.
I think the reason they don't have a latency offset is because I bet with all of that, moving the latency offset for the music would create a horrible, horrible disconnect with the visuals.
So here's the thing. I just saw a bunch of people yell out that they do have that option, but I
was told that it just lets you check.
Okay, because I went looking for it and I didn't see it. If you're at your computer, you can check. Is it actually
do it right now?
Yeah, because is it like showing you the info, or is it letting you actually set the offset by MS? You know, and then you do like a check, because if so, then that's perfect.
We will find out in just a second.
Cool. Because yeah, that is a like ideal thing to have, because sometimes, right? What if you're playing, I don't know, like on a projector in some crazy public event?
I saw some people complaining on the game subreddit that they're like, this game looks incredible, can't play it, just can't. There's also a cloud version you can play on the Xbox.
Wow.
That people were complaining that some of the bosses were impossible.
Wow.
And it's like, yeah, no, you probably shouldn't play this on the Xbox.
Okay. Yeah.
Latency check.
If you can fix it, we're good. This again, as low as it needs to be or as high. Some people have bad TVs, etc. Sports mode, etc.
Yeah, it's a latency check.
Check.
It does not let you actually change it.
Go into accessibility, just make sure, because a lot of people sounded pretty confident.
Font size, colorblind, cutscene subtitles, cutscene, context subtitles, action voice subtitles, auto action mode, single key rhythm visualization mode. No, it is a check.
There you go. Yeah. So there, because I thought I looked through it to see, and I didn't catch that.
It is not an offset. It is just a check.
Yes. So there's a difference between displaying it and actually allowing you to change it. Go back to the earlier rhythm games mentioned, and you'll see that you can, move them around. So
hold on, folks in the chat are a little confused. You can move it left or right, yes, and when you move it left or right, and to get it accurate, if you move it too far, it'll say, "Yeah, your setup is fucked. Fix it." It doesn't.
It's not allowing
anything.
You to play offset.
It just says, "Wow, you have like 48 milliseconds of fucking latency. You need to shit your ass off."
It's a confirmation of how in sync they should be, but it's not actually letting you.
It says turn on whatever low latency variable refresh rate nonsense you got going on, brother.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So there you go. That's straightened out.
All that visualization, incredible. It has your score meter, but it's tracking. It's not tracking damage. Doesn't track damage for shit. Doesn't care how much you got hit.
Tracking rhythm.
It tracks your combo. It tracks your clear time, and it tracks the percentage of time you stayed on beat, which has really opened up, like, talking to people. Like the game's like the game has two types of difficulty. It has fighting enemies and playing an action game, and then it is how can you do that while keeping a metronome in your head? And for some people, the answer is fuck no.
Yeah.
Absolutely
I imagine
not.
I imagine so. But then there's other things that it adapts, because clearly the people making this are fans of action games and are leaning into it as much as they possibly can.
Of everything.
Yeah. So there's things that make the adaptation to this system so naturally. What got me, like, what sold me super hard was the rest, right? Because in a Devil May Cry game or a Bayonetta game, there's moves where you do a combo, pause for a beat, pause for a moment, and then continue the combo, and you branch it differently.
Delay combo.
That's it. Here, it's worked into a step where it's like you press a quick attack, wait for a beat, and then come back on the next one, and
come back on the clap.
Yep. And when you return to it, it's the same as if you did a delayed combo in another action game, but here it's like using that rhythm system like masterfully, as opposed to it being, let's say, like the delay is you have to get a feel for it, right? You're not. It's not clear immediately how long that delay is going to be. You just have to kind of feel them out. In this case,
in Hi-Fi Rush, you miss it once, and then you see the clap, and you go, "Oh, that's when I was supposed to hit it."
It's musical, you know. Fantastic system there. And then, I mean, just, you know, what is there to say aesthetically? Like, it's doing the brightest, most joyful, colorful things. The animation is like making it, it's like they're doing the right style of animation for cell shaded, really good anime 3D, you know? The type where it looks like it's hand drawn at points, you know, because of how they're tweening and how they're actually keyframing into their major motions. Like, it's incredible.
I'm going to stop you right there, because the animation and work in this game is so stellar, because sometimes it is 2D animation. Mm-hmm. There are sequences that go from wild 3D, you know, like rail action sequences, to classic 2D animation, to break through a scene into the best 3D animation, like color wise, that I've seen in a game. Seamless.
It's the most seamless I've ever seen. It's that's the thing, is it's the most seamless transition between them as they go from those cutscenes that are like, again, just bright, colorful, cartoony art style, like right into it.
It is doing like what Guilty Gear Strive is doing, but like Strive has to deal with two characters in a 3D background. Like this game is dealing with a whole action stage and long cutscenes.
Also, right, and this is something I've talked about a couple times, but it's like Strive and Exerd and like the amazing shit they do in those games is it's a unique style where like they get this really good flat shaded 3D thing going on the characters, and the worlds are really elaborate and in some cases realistic. The textures on the earth and the ground don't necessarily go with the characters in the same level of detail, right? Because they want more texture, they want it to look that way, and it looks great. It looks fucking phenomenal. In this, the whole world is the same as the characters in how they're textured and how like it's flat in some cases. And again, and when you see all of those that uniform style characters and background all bouncing to the beat, it makes perfect sense why it's done that way. You know,
it's just like every character has a great design, and just like two characters talking in a room, just moving around and using their arms and their head and their hair moving. It's immaculate. It's so good. It's so good. Like in some ways, not in terms of fidelity, but in some ways it's more impressive to me than like Spider-Verse, because it's having to do it in real time and the scale is so much larger than like a 2-hour film, because they have to do all this shit on top of that. On top of all of that, it has like, this is made by people that fucking love character action games, because it has it's like the Skullgirls, where Skullgirls came out and had here's assist select, here's hold to pause, here's all these little features,
quality of life
that like had been in this game or this game and this game, but they hadn't all been in one game. Okay, here you go. Get gears to buy moves. You can sell moves for 90% of their cost if you don't like them.
Nice. Okay, because I didn't see any of that stuff. Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's Proud Souls, a system
Proud Souls,
I really
yeah.
liked from
The
DMC4.
refunds. You get a refund on
Right?
your moves. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, do you want to see what the move does? Okay, there's a little video in the upper right corner. That's nice. You hit square or X, depending
Full
on
screen
controller. Full screen
Yeah,
video
yeah,
with
yeah, yeah, yeah.
sound
Yeah,
of
yeah,
of
that's
of
great.
the game doing a training dummy on it. Then you have assists. I don't know if you're familiar, but the game has Marvel assists, like strikers.
I saw in the controller layout there was an assist partner button. So yeah.
You've got the first assist you get is just is of somebody shooting a gun to juggle enemies. So you're doing a goddamn launcher, and then you're doing the crash, but then you hit assist to keep them going so you can set up your next combo. You have a magnet.
Just to
what do you call it? After you,
sorry. I was going to point out the like on the hierarchy of like unlocking moves in action games, the lowest tier is spend the money, get the move. In the middle is you can try it in a little void test room to see if you want the move or not. And then at the top is refund it and put it into something else if you want that first. You know, especially when you are in a situation where you're unlocking more equipment or more like weapons, and then that has a whole new sheet, and you're like, oh fuck, I actually like this one way more than the other one I just spent all my shit on. Let me get those back, put them over here, and then build out your highest priority purchases over time.
Yeah, this game has all of those actually, because the training mode is right next to the shop, so you can buy it, go to training mode, use it, run it back. That being said, by the end of like mission 10, I have enough to have bought every move that in the default moveset.
Okay.
Then you have oh my god, like there's a mechanic where you'll get partners and they're all different colors, right? So let's say blue and green. When you switch your partner, your cat and your guitar will start pulsing with your new partner's color, as to like visually remind you without having to look up at the UI. No, I have the green one on right now.
You've switched to green. Yeah. Okay.
Also, enemies that require blue, green, or red to defeat their specific mechanic will be blue, green, or red.
Oh, okay. There's a color match. I see.
Yeah,
okay.
Orange is free. Blue requires blue, green requires green, and it's just built into their design naturally.
I don't like the color match when it is done in the style of original DMC Devil May Cry, or worse, fucking Golden Axe remake, Golden Axe 360.
Oh my god, I've never played Beast Rider.
Like, the color match system ain't fantastic. So I'm
I will say something strange here. I think this is the correct method of doing what the DMC Devil May Cry was trying to do.
Is it resistance or like extra damage?
No, it is a shield.
It is a shield. Okay.
Yeah. And it is not, this is what's really important. It is not, you're in, let's say in a room, 30% or 40% of enemies will have a shield on them. It is one, maybe.
Okay. And right, which is kind of like the big guy where you focus fire and then you got the smaller.
That is usually the big guy.
Okay, if it's a focus fire situation, that's all right. In a situation, yeah, it depends on the distribution. There are rooms where DMC would do like, here's one red, here's one blue, and you're just like
right next to each other, and you're like,
this is not fun. I'm bouncing off because I swang at both of them. Yeah, okay, all right, gotcha.
It's just it is. How do I put this? This game is so madly in love with video games and everything that goes along with them. It has the deepest cut I have ever seen in my life in a game.
Nice, okay.
There is a Xenogears reference deep in this game that I am just like, who even cares? Who even gives a shit about this other than like what is that, like 25 fucking years ago now? Like, come on. Yeah, every single every single moment that I am playing this game, I am bobbing my head and I am tapping my foot.
I'm
and
in my head right now. I'm hearing. I'm
fucking time.
That's it. I'm hearing chai, chai, chai. You know, like I'm absolutely hearing it. And the part two, that is just. It's what I live for. It's what I want to see. It's what I want to make if I ever had the chance to, but I never will. Is the ability to hear lyrics kicking in at certain points. And it's not just the Revengeance thing, because Revengeance was like one of the most like amazing examples, because it's like at the hypest part of the finale of the boss fight. And here it's like, no, actually, it's just a stage transition from one area to the other, because we're going from verse to chorus. We're going from chorus to breakdown, you know? And like, as you do a part of a combo and like the vocals start to kick in and you're like, oh my God, like layered music is just free serotonin for me, like every time.
You've got the fake, the phantom crowd going, like either hey or chai. You've got the actual background music, which is incredible and often has some like low vocals in it. And then you've got, if you're at S, I don't know if you got to S rank like in a fight yet.
I did once or twice, I think. Yeah.
Okay. When you hit S rank, your shit guitar made out of literal trash turns into a real guitar.
Yes. Okay, that's the trigger for it.
When you're on beat and you're doing beat combos with your real guitar, riffs start coming out of your real guitar that are appropriate to the part in the song that you are at.
The musical layering like structure of this deserves a fucking documentary to just figure out how they went about it. Because this is everything we want to hear with video games being synced to music on more levels that I could have fathomed were possible. For sure.
This is the best game that Clover never made.
Interesting. Yeah, because it's also like
you can feel Okami and Beautiful Joe and God Hand in it.
But the trailer is like, no, really, the people that made the evil within, and you're like, yeah, what? Like, why?
Because Okami and Beautiful Joe are fun fucking 20 years ago. People who are playing the game now were not even sperm when God Hand came out.
So you have to go up to what we might remember recently, which is those two. I have a very, very key and important question here, though, because I'm glad I'm glad I took a crack at this on my own. Are you playing, obviously you are, in streamer mode?
Oh my God, I was so happy when I turned the game on. So I was like, oh my God, this looks incredible. I should buy it. And then I'm like, music by 9 Inch Nails.
It has
and
real
Prodigy.
Music in it.
And I'm like, well, fuck that. And then you look at the store page and it's like, don't worry, streamers. We got you covered. We've made in-house music for all of it. And guess what? I have been playing in streamer mode. And guess what? The music in streamer mode is so the boss tracks or some of the big set piece moments tracks at the end of the stage. Those are what's replaced.
It fades in so that just in case you're not in streamer mode, you can mute that shit. Like as you're going. Like let's say you do what we did for Spider-Man and you're like, let's just go not streamer. It starts fading in, and when the words 9 Inch Nails pop up on screen, time to hit the mute button. You know?
So the original music is fantastic.
Yes.
And people are currently arguing as to whether or not the original tracks are better than the licensed tracks.
Excellent. That's everything I needed to hear. Because
the argument seems to be that the last two licensed tracks might be better, but overall, the majority of the game, the original music is actually better.
Because as it was going through it, I heard the stuff that was licensed, Black Keys, and then it says a Hi-Fi Rush original, and then you get to 9 Inch Nails, and I'm like, the shit that was original was amazing. It was fantastic, and it gives me confidence that whatever they replaced it with is also good. Now that the 9 Inch Nails track over that boss fight is fucking sick. It's super good. But when that's missing, like if the quality is still as high, that is pertinent. That's super important.
I would genuinely like if they could put out a patch that would allow you to change it per stage, because there's argument. People are disagreeing even right now in our chat as to whether or not, like, oh, I like the original version better, or I would prefer the licensed music. And it's depending on your taste. It's depending on what bands you like. Like if you're a Nine Inch Nails mark, you're gonna want to play the Nine Inch Nails song.
But the fact that this is even
1 million.
The fact that this is even being argued is like great.
Oh, it's great.
Because no problem in streaming it that way. Now 1 million, yeah, and in particular, because like here's the thing, right? Obviously, QA 1 million. It's the song is referenced in the thing, and then at one point, the lyrics are fucking scrolling by on the little screen behind him. So you're like, it's really made for the Nine Inch Nails song, but we can live, we can breathe, we're thriving without it. Okay, so be it then.
There is
then
so much good shit in this game.
That's it. So hey, I'm FF9 is on hold. I'm starting Hi-Fi Rush.
Yay!
And going.
Hey,
right
Wooly, I gotta say. So I was thinking about it. It's like Wooly likes Jet Set Radio. Wooly likes character action games.
Mm-hmm.
Wooly's major in university was 3D animation and 3D art. Right? It is obviously your jam. And I think everyone realized that, because the number one thing people have been talking about in my show, dude, you got to get Wooly on this, man. You got to get Wooly on this shit. When do you think Wooly's going to play? Do you think he'll play it this week? Do you think he'll play it next week?
No, I wanted to get my hands on, to feel what was going on with it before coming to the show today. And I wanted to get a feel for what was happening with the music as well. And the streamer mode stuff is like, yay, I'm glad to see it there. But if it's an inferior experience, then
excellent.
That makes me worry. But if I'm getting the confirmation at this point that it's not, then fuck yeah, man. Absolutely.
I was like, I had that. So there's something, you probably found this in the first level. In the first level, right before the boss, there is a door covered in flame.
Yep.
And I'm like, how the fuck? And the answer is when you beat the game, you will keep all of your shit.
Yeah.
And that all of those doors and all of those secret mission doors and all of those areas that you can't access the first time around, you'll be able to do on replay. There's a lot.
Oh yeah, no, I looked at that door and I went, "Oh, I'm going to need the base that shoots water to open this door." Like that's basically that's all I looked at and went, okay.
There's a lot of that. Like every single stage has multiple of them, and they also have I don't know if you found it in the first level, there is a secret door that just has a big number 1 on it.
Yep.
And when you walk up to it, they go, "Yeah, I don't know how to open this. You'll probably have to come back here way later once you've beaten the game." So that's your secret missions.
Yeah,
that's your challenges.
And there's enough stuff around the corners of like, hey, you can go around here, drop off. There's a balcony here. There's a ledge there. There's stuff for you if you scrape too.
And I went and checked. I'm not going to say any of them because I don't know how you are about like unlockable stuff.
Sure.
There is a lot of stuff that you unlock once you beat the game.
Okay.
There is a full fucking suite of unlockable options, modes, toggles, everything.
So one thing that really impressed me about that first mission was that a flaw of our beloved action games is that oftentimes they feel like you're running down a hallway to your next verse, and then you hallway again after that. And then when you try to reverse that and open up a lot, you get Bayonetta 3. And you have that problem as well, where it's like, this is too much, this is actually terrible, I kind of want those hallways again. I didn't feel caged in going from fight to fight in this, and maybe it's just new eyes, maybe it's just a new feeling, but like rooftop traversal and then a little like sideway mission part where I'm like, sideways play, this has the potential to go wrong, and it was fine. It was just a little traversal, and then you get to your next area, and I was like, Oh yeah, that kind of breaks up the progression a little bit. It paces things nicely. It didn't feel like hallway box hallway, nor the Bayo problem of box infinite void box, you know?
So I feel very bad for Platinum because Hi-Fi Rush has come out very soon after Bayonetta 3, and it is strong in the ways that Bayo 3 is weak. Like, the game's pacing is fucking incredible. Let's take that first level. You described little side-scrolling portion. Hey, man. Okay, oh, is this going to be a long, awful fucking... No, it's going to be 5 minutes, and it's going to be a fun little diversion, and there's like 3 of them in the game, and they're all fun little moments, and they're not some mechanical fucking mess like piloting the goddamn spider on the rooftops. They're just this nice little
in and out
sequence break.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple like rail car, I'm gonna like minecart sequences. You're not on a minecart, but you're hanging off of a thing.
Sure.
Where you're dodging things left and right, and you're doing little jumps. There's like 4 of those in the game. And they're just these nice little pace breakers, and so on and so forth. And they're just these nice little diversions that aren't fucking messes.
Yeah. Here's a really important one. Chai is an affable dork.
So
stupid. And he's great.
He's
far,
dumber.
he's great.
He is dumber than hammers.
Like,
and it is so great.
It's not in the bad annoying way. It's in the like, I like this guy. He's absolutely fucking ridiculous with it. And the part that I think cemented that, because I mean, obviously you've got the fun stuff of like he's doing the pose with his picture and he's all like, yeah, I got a dream, rah rah rah, you know, and you're like, okay, protagonist has a dream to be this. Let's follow
future
through.
Rock star.
Let's see what it's gonna be. And then like, do you even play guitar? It's like, wait, like, you haven't even lifted up the foot towards the step of the dream.
Dude, I think in a different universe this would have been called Guitar Hero.
Like,
because
what?
Like the just the dead on of like, wow, I'm playing my guitar game. I'm incredible. Do you even play guitar? No. Why would I do that?
Like, that just got me for some, like, that fucking just, it's like, wait, it's like, Ash wants to be the greatest Pokemon master. Okay, cool. Who you rolling with so far? Rolling with, like, wait, I need Pokemon?
Oh, man.
Chai's fantastic, you know. And
everybody in that game is fucking great.
Yeah. And he's dripped out, and
everyone's
styling. Rekka's name is Rekka. Rekka is fucking. I love her. She's great.
Ironically enough, she does not have Rekkas.
Oh, Rekka. Okay, that's fine.
So her name is a reference to a type of ramen.
Sure.
Which is, hey, we're in the DBZ universe on this one with fucking naming. Kale, mimosa, etc.
Chai.
Like, hey, are you a tea? You're cool. Are you a food? You're not.
Right. And I mean, it's impossible to not fucking just hit Seinfeld. The first time I read Vandalay,
I can't.
It's bad.
I'm sitting there, and Paige is watching me load it up, and she's like, why are you laughing so hard at Vandalay Industries? I'm like, because that's George Costanza's fake,
so
like architecture company that sells latex.
And furthermore, you just did what my brain kept doing, which is, it's not Vandalay Industries, it's Technologies.
I don't care. It's not up.
Like, my brain just auto-completed the word Technologies into Industries, you know, and I had to check the 3 times. I had to go, wait, is it actually Industries? And then I read it again. I'm like, no, it's not.
Latex salesman.
Fuck. Yeah, like, Vandalay is ruined as a name. You can't. Oh man. Yeah, it really though. I again just
I'm now realizing that I was saying, and you want to be my latex salesman underneath my breath last night on stream to no one, regardless of anything, and no one understood what the fuck I was. Yes, I was talking about Vandalay Industries.
Yeah,
my mistake.
No, it really does take what it seems to be a lot of pains to like take you have you talk to Smidge a bunch to be like, hey, hold on, are you having trouble with this stuff? Because like the triple rhythm dash, I'm like, oh yeah, there it is, boom, 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 like we're doing it, and it's like, okay, you can take a second to like really go like, this is what the game's about, like that. Smidge is kind of gonna let you know that this is what it's asking you to do. Are you okay with that stuff? I wonder, like,
Smidge is incredible. Especially, I was dicking around by restarting the game. If you run past Smidge, he'll like chase after you, and then if you go to talk to him, like after you've skipped like 2 or 3, he'll be like, "I had some advice for you, but I don't want to give it to you anymore."
Nice. Okay, I was already using the dash by the time I got to that one, and he went, "Oh, I see you've already been using the dash."
Yeah, like the game knows.
Fantastic. You know,
and if you really want to book it through your missions, you can find out that your attacks out of the dash are not on beat. It's the only attack in the game that's not on beat. It's like dash on the beat and then attack. You can cancel that attack with a dash.
Oh yeah.
So you can just dash, attack, dash, attack, just on and on and on and on.
Okay. To not have the third point.
If you want to really just fucking book it.
I did notice though, and this is like it took a second to go like, oh wait, you don't have iframes on that. That's not an iframe dash. It's a maneuvering tool, but you can't use it to get.
You do have iframes on it, but it has to be perfect.
Okay.
And the other thing is that all enemy attacks are also on beat.
Yes. So that is, in the tutorial, you have those moments where it's like, oh yeah, you do a perfect dash away from a swing and you're good. What I noticed is I was using it to try and like almost like, move through like ground waves or there's a boss attack I thought I could move through like the really fast punch. I thought I could kind of like dash through it, and it was like not quite. So it's like, okay,
you gotta
get around it.
Over it. Yeah. So did you looked at the controls, right?
Yes, I did.
So the controls have a wild amount of mechanical spoilers on that screen.
Oh yeah, I saw the parry button on B. I saw the swap partner button.
The parry button, you get like 35 fucking % through the game.
Wow.
And like half of its stage is you are going to learn to fucking parry everything. So you found the style adjudicator, the statues that they want you to beat on. You get more gears if you beat on it good. The game has parry adjudicators. The game will stop you and give you parry timing. It'll go but or something. And it goes fucking parry it. And you are not going to move. You are not going to move from this fucking spot until you parry that shit.
You want
because
the reward.
It is going to become a mechanic of every enemy going forward.
And I like when it comes to rhythm leniency too, I have to say, really smart move allowing you to like, because there's moments where I will not have intended to trigger a closing circle finisher. Whatever that
the beat hit.
Beat hit. But it'll pop and I'll be like, oh, I was already inputting another thing on rhythm.
Yep.
I
wasn't paying attention.
You can correct for it.
Yep.
It lets you correct. That is like a crucial part to making combat feel good on rhythm here. If you fucked up with your input right after accidentally triggering that, it would feel bad a lot.
Hey, I'm going to tell you something that'll help you out a lot because I didn't realize it till halfway through the game. When the beat hit is coming in and that circle is closing, you're not mandated to do the beat hit. You can still dodge, you can still parry because stuff is still attacking you on beat. There's a move you can buy. You start with parry, and parry is parry. It's exactly what you think. bi-directional parry, because it is, move towards and do the parry timing.
Yep.
It gives you 2 seconds of total full body invincibility afterwards.
Oh, of course, it's the Mahakala version. Yeah. Let's go. I mean,
And
he's got a robot arm.
It.
It makes sense. Yeah.
You can there are some wild upgrades in this game. The craziest I've seen is you can upgrade directional parry to give you 9 beats of full body invincibility on a directional parry.
Jeez. Fuck, that's amazing. Okay.
9 fucking beats.
I'm looking
including
forward
the
to
parry.
seeing...
That's 10 beats.
Yeah.
What is that?
I want to
like
see this
5
shop. I want to see these upgrades.
full seconds.
Yeah, and then there's just the level of like, when a game introduces its premise via the lowest stakes in the world, like you're just along for the ride, right? Like, it's not even about, you're not running, you're not screaming Kyrie, you're not trying to get her back, you're not trying to, you're kind of, at least so far, you're just like, some fucking dork went to go get his robot arm, and then the asshole CEO dropped an iPod on his chest.
And
like,
it's like, I'm staring at it and I'm like, oh my god, that is a first generation iPod. That is absolutely
by modern standards, not even Vandalay era standards.
Yeah. The story is very simple and told very sincerely, and it is a Saturday morning cartoon, and it's a really good Saturday morning cartoon.
If Chai was not likable, it would be, if the jokes didn't land, this would be rough, because it's a huge commitment to the bit. But we were just
Chai
talking
was
about
Viola, it'd be a disaster.
We were just talking about this. I was talking about, some other recent games that came out where, the comedy is a huge gamble because you're going hard on it. But I hope you're funny. I hope you have a sense of humor. I hope the bits land. If they don't, then you're committed to
they fucking land
cringe moments. But so far, it's been fucking hilarious, man.
I would say 9 out of 10 of these bits just pop, actually hit. You have no experience with Evil Within, right?
No.
Okay, well, Evil Within characters are in this game as absurd caricatures of themselves in robot form.
Fantastic.
And they're fucking hilarious. And it's fucking silly. It is silly as shit.
Nice. Yeah. And I mean, and of course, action and whatnot references aside, all the move names, all the things you're doing mechanically are all musical. The cat's name is fucking 808, man. It's
a fucking double pun.
It's great.
It's the 808 drum machine, which I believe the sound he's making is the 808 drum machine noise.
All classic hip hop goes back to the 808s. But
also, it spells Bob in letters, and he's a cat, so he's a bobcat. It's double.
Wow. And every robot has a name that's also in digital in that way. Yeah, it's great. It's great.
In terms of so you saw that there's a deluxe edition thing that you can get.
I bought that.
So it introduces the cat guitar and a couple different shirts.
I didn't see any of the cosmetics, but I saw that it included them, and I was like, in a game where aesthetics is my life, I'm gonna get whatever aesthetics there are. Absolutely.
So the guitar, it doesn't just change the S rank version of the guitar. It actually makes the base garbage version of the guitar also a big bulky club, which I really like.
Fun.
So all the costumes are nice. One of them is a shirt you can wear. I bought the deluxe edition, and all I get is this lame t-shirt. I feel like mentioning, and this is really important to people who look at that and are like, this sucks that all these cool cosmetics are locked behind the $10 or $12 deluxe edition.
How much does the game cost?
The game costs $30 or $40 if you're in Canada.
Cool.
The game is cheap. The game is the Bayo comparison is really unfortunate, because the Bayonetta cost me 94 Canadian dollars. This game cost me 45.
Which is why the lead story is Hi-Fi Rush outperforms Forspoken in Steam sales. A $30 game with no marketing dropping overnight outsold a $70 to $90 AAA title at launch.
Even though you can get it for free, quote
On
unquote,
Game
on
Pass.
Game Pass, it still sold that. So, but to mention the like, oh, it's a bummer that all the cosmetics are locked behind the deluxe edition. I can confirm there is a massive amount of post-game cosmetics.
Nice.
Like one of the, you buy the deluxe edition and you go to change your outfit.
Yeah.
There's a hair selector.
Yes. Oh, good. Oh, we're done. Okay, perfect. That's it. I'm like, I just wish you could, like, not even if it's not the generic head, if he could make his hair like white or something.
Yeah, you can make his hair white.
Yeah.
What do you think the first one that unlocks is?
Fucking done. Perfect. There you go. You know what? I took the dollar away. I put the dollar back on the table.
There in that screen. There's hair, scarf, coat, shirt, pants, shoes, accessory, change the way 808 looks, and a final tally for full body costume.
Yo, like, this style of game, the way it looks makes me care more about cosmetics than in another art style choice. You know what I mean?
He changed his arm too.
Fuck yes, man. Let's go, dude. Lean into that shit. Absolutely. Like, I really wish you had, like, you know, the different Dantes you get over the years. You got your fucking diesel jacket and your black hair and all these little bits and pieces, but why not piece by piece, you know? Why not?
Well, the answer is because the way they made the models doesn't support that.
I guess.
People have been taking this game apart. The models in this game are actually, like, laughably low poly. They are like PlayStation 1 character models. They're just being shaded to the umpteenth.
Great.
By 1 billion zillion shaders.
Yeah, anytime a game is not going to be doing, like, the whole, you know, here's a plethora of playable characters bit, then it's like, I'd like to dress up my one, you know? I'd like to have my Travis Touchdown t-shirts. Viola even had her t-shirts, but not really, you know, as many by comparison.
On top of that, you can also customize and buy new costumes for every character on your roster.
Let's go.
So all the assists have their own costumes.
Yes. No, they know as well, like, all the little things that you want, like, you know, you're seeing this world, you're seeing this art style, you're seeing, like, the setting of the city, and your title screen kind of introducing that visual. Like when I saw it with Jet Set, with Bomb Rush, with all this stuff, I'm like, man, I love seeing a good old fucking, like, cartoon city like that. And then the shot where you come out of the elevator and it shoots you up and you get that Spider-Man take it all in kind of fucking this, like,
here's your title screen screenshot. Boom.
Immediately I want to know everything about this setting. You know, in one moment you made me go, I want to know more. I want to know all about it. Tell me everything. Yeah, this is a perfect game until proven otherwise. Like, that's it.
It is. So it's madly in love with, like, character action games, obviously, and it has reference, it has internalization of stuff, it has callback. It's incredible, but it is also just as much in love with rhythm games, the aesthetic, the type of sound, like this. Let me give you an example. I have been humming Jumping Jack Flash literally all week, and like tapping my belly to Jumping Jack Flash all week. That song is not in the game, but Hi-Fi Rush reminds me of the final level of Elite Beat Agents when you are, like, tapping to Jumping Jack Flash and the Elite Beat Agents are going, hey, 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 on it so much that I'm associating that because this game has EBA in it.
Are you're being reminded of music?
No, not of music, of
Okay.
the specific use of music.
Okay. Yeah. I can only imagine that whenever I see things like that too, where it's like you're using a particular track, like again the Nine Inch Nails one at the boss, you're like, you want to imagine an artist is playing this and seeing how their music is being used and being like, oh fuck, that's really cool. I love that implementation of it. And I mean, I'm sure like I've had multiple discussions with friends over the years about how sick it would be to synchronize an action sequence to music, right?
Yeah.
And be that in, I mean, even if not in video game form, in music video form. Like,
what about in a film?
Right? There's ways to do this that are just like so fun to think about. And I'm also somebody who the music that I get into the most when I start like listening to my favorite songs, like I play almost like if I were to direct or have a moment, like I play a shot in my head of like how that would pan out, you know? It's just there's always visuals I like to come back to that would be like, man, it would be so fucking cool to sync up this moment to hear it. And this game is absolutely aware of exactly that feeling, and it, like volcanic explosions of rhythm are occurring where they don't need to be. Like the gates that shoot up to lock you into a fight are happening on the beat. The bridge that extends.
Every platform that comes out.
You know? And it's like you didn't need to, but you noticed and you're aware of those little things. And that shit, I'm going to notice and be like, this makes you perfect. The fact that you care about those small things and keeping you in the flow, because the flow state being uninterrupted appears to be the most important thing this game wants, from cutscene to gameplay to final score. Yeah! S rank into end of fucking state. Like, they want you to stay in it, you know? And that is being accomplished better than anything I've fucking ever seen.
So, did you see Shaun of the Dead?
Yeah.
Did you like Shaun of the Dead? I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Do you remember at the end or in the climax of the film when Queen comes on the jukebox and they're trying to beat up the bartender with the pool cues?
Okay, right.
And they're hitting the dude to the music? JoJo has come out and said that was the elevator pitch for the game. It was the bar scene in Shaun of the Dead. What if we made an action game that played how this scene feels?
Nice. Okay. Yeah. That is like you don't have to go there even, because like synchronized music to fight is a thing. As I mentioned, Revengeance implements it in such a marvelous way, you know. But to write a whole game system around it, like, I don't know how many layers are existing. I don't know how many sections a given track is broken up into. But I'm thinking of when Mick Gordon showed off the Killer Instinct, like, what that looks like. And it's madness because it's just like here's Maya's theme from the beginning of the fight to the end. Here's the different sections it goes into as like the life drops and as you get further in and the to the battle, and then like here's the layers that we switch up and down to depending on what type of combo you're doing or whatever the fuck else is happening, and it just turns any given moment of music into like what would be one track just becomes a grid of possibilities that all have to stay, you know, on beat and feel good the whole time. It's unbelievable, man. Yeah, okay. That's
good. It's so good.
I can't wait for more.
I can't. I will eagerly be checking out your streams and or VODs or whatever you want to call it. At the bits that I want to see.
Sure.
Particularly, there's a boss fight made for you.
Okay. Shout outs to Game of the Year in January. Shout outs to that. That's
so
a
who
fucking,
knows? Who
that's
knows?
a hell
it's a
of
big
bit.
year.
It's a big
but
year.
like it's a definite like genuine contender right away. It is so excellent.
Yeah, it's my favorite thing in a while. It is my favorite fucking thing. Cool.
Like I cannot believe that in the week that a Dead Space remake comes out in a game that I adore, I'm like, yeah, what about this music game that came out of nowhere for $30? What about that?
The only thing I'm waiting to see is like, difficulty wise, I guess. I'm like, is this for everybody? Can I really like recommend this to people who would struggle? You know?
Yes, if they're willing to eat their pride and play on easy or normal. On normal, it's very clear. Normal, if you're on beat, the game is gonna like coast for you because the bonuses you're getting from being on beat are a lot. Hard, I would tell you to play this game on hard. Normal is going to be a snore for you.
Okay.
And I fucked around with very hard mode. Very hard mode is fucking for real. It is very hard.
Yeah, but at the same time though, like me off stream versus me on stream, I'd rather stay normal, to be honest. Like I wanna, if I'm playing on my own maybe, but like the extra fucking shit that comes with it.
I believe you can change it at any time if you want. Or whatever, but read the description on the thing.
I did. I did. You know, yeah, I did for sure. But it just, you know, for me, whatever the difference between like going normal or hard or whatever is usually based on, am I streaming or am I not? Because if I don't have to care about what's going on and I'm just focused on playing the video game and enjoying it, I can, you know, throw that up to whatever I want, right? So, yeah. Okay. I got to use the bathroom.
I also have to use the bathroom,
so
actually.
Be right back. Okay.
And
So,
we're back. Kind of.
yeah, let's do the spots real quick.
I love the spots. Hit me with those spots, bro.
First one's up by HelloFresh. You got your Hey, yeah, podcast sponsored by HelloFresh this week. Farm fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes. You know the deal. Showing up to your doorstep, keeping cool. I just got a box with all the little cold tablets to keep things, nice and
Those
chilled.
things last for a while. I once got like the thing early in the day, like right when it showed up. I went out and got it, and I decided, hey man, I'm gonna pack the food away, and then I'm gonna take these out and just leave them in the sink. Like, how long is it gonna take? It took like 15 hours for those to actually melt.
Absolutely. And I kept a couple of them for, travel with keeping cans cold and stuff. I actually used them. But anyway, that aside, the food in there is pretty great as well. Yeah, I decided to try out some of the vegetarian recipes actually, just to see how that would go. And there's some good stuff, man. Got some chili, got some. There's like a Beyond Meat recipe as well that was pretty solid, and of course we've got all the usual favorites as options as well. For those who don't know, HelloFresh is basically getting you your box full of fresh delivered meals that are pre-portioned. The ingredients are pre-measured. You don't have to worry about what to add or how to put the meal together because there's a simple instruction card that tells you how to do it. Follow the steps 1, 2, 3, and in 15 minutes, in some cases even less, you can get full meal done for 2, sometimes for 4, depends on how many you're looking to feed. And you get all that credit for being a whiz in the kitchen, even though
God, I made this whole thing from scratch, honey.
Even though it was the chefs that are really behind the meal. But
basically
that's okay.
Took your hand and walked you through it.
There you go. It's you get the credit. Over 35 recipes weekly to choose from, as well as different options like Calorie Smart, Carb Smart, proteins or sides you can swap out, you can upgrade, you can add, or again, you got stuff like veggie if you want to go that way as well. Not to mention, you can also get snacks, appetizers, sweets, and things like that at the HelloFresh Market. So, yeah, the variety is up to you. And, of course, in general, you're saving compared to grocery shopping by at least 25% compared to, takeout as well. So, check them out. Get in there. Try out that real good chili. I like a good bowl of chili.
I could go for some chili right now.
Yeah, it was really good. I loved it. And what you want to do is head to hellofresh.com/superbeast21 and use code superbeast21 for 21 free meals plus free shipping. Crazy amount of meals given away there. Ridiculous even. I would almost ask them to hold it back.
I don't know how they make any money. It seems silly.
But here you go. HelloFresh.com/superbeast21 with the code superbeast21 for 21 free meals plus free shipping. That's America's #1 meal kit. Thanks, HelloFresh.
Thanks, HelloFresh.
All right. This week, the podcast is also sponsored by DoorDash. And DoorDash is all about getting you your delivery from the places you like. And they've got a Dash Pass, which is a membership that allows unlimited $0 delivery fees from thousands of eligible restaurants and convenience stores and places that you'd like to order from. So once you join, you'll save on each eligible order, receive DoorDash credit back on all your pickups. So that could be more money back in your wallet. Convenient in particular, I've had definitely nights where it's like, no time, I got company, and I gotta get like, you know, some kind of like, I'm out of paper towels, or I'm out of, again, just little basic convenience store things and stuff like that. It's come in super handy for those types of situations as well.
Yeah, listen, it's 10:30 p.m. and all I have is a half jar of peanut butter and some playing cards. I've made a mistake. Fucking shit. Help me, DoorDash.
Yeah. They can get you the basics, the bathroom essentials, the kitchen essentials, things like that. In addition to, of course, all the restaurants and places that you love to eat from. But in particular, I'm shouting out the everyday essentials, because that has been really handy for picking that stuff up and then not having to, you know, run out and see what's open when it's late and all that stuff.
Now listen, the DoorDash person is not going to come into your house and hand you the toilet paper in the bathroom if it's a true emergency. You're still going to have to make it to the door.
At the very least, you will have to get to the door.
But they'll probably be long gone by the time you get to the door, so you don't have to make awkward eye contact.
Can you train your pupper to like go retrieve an emergency toilet paper?
No, I cannot. That dog is dumb as hell.
Well, damn. Anyways, in a perfect world, you could get that situation sorted out. But in the meantime, get up to 50% off a $20 value on your next Dash Pass order when you sign up for a membership and redeem CSB at checkout. So that's 50% off your first Dash Pass order up to a $20 value with CSB. Say goodbye to delivery fees if you get Dash Pass from DoorDash today using CSB. With 0 delivery fees, you're free to get more because you can. So start your free month trial today. Thanks, DoorDash.
Thanks, DoorDash.
Okay. So, now that that's under our belt, Hi-Fi Rush addressed.
Hi-Fi Rush addressed.
Yeah. A couple other things. Another really stylish game I played this week that is out there is called Resistance 2040X.
I saw you playing that, but I don't know what the hell it is. I saw that you are playing that, but I didn't see you playing it. I'm now going to look up what the hell that is.
It's
Resistance.
So the footage I saw, it was one of these games that popped up on Reddit in the form of like a little video of an upcoming indie fighting game, and you know, I'm always paying attention to that stuff. And I was like, oh, what's going on? And I saw someone get hit, and it said like cross up. And then I saw someone get hit again, and it was like hit confirm, you know. And I was like, oh, that's cool. It's telling you the thing that you're getting hit by and how and why. That's dope. What's actually happening though? And then I saw like some platforms and stuff, and I was like, okay, we doing a platform fighter? What exactly is going on here? So you pop it in. It gives you this really depressing intro about, I think it's Romania in the future under what is essentially, it looked kind of like, it was basically a Ready Player One style setting where it's like like something like Censored Corp. I think it's like Fuck Corp runs the world, and then they have a big fighting tournament, and everything is depressing. And your protagonist is this girl with a VR headset on that's just sitting on the ground in a gray-ass apartment. You're practically waiting to see the drool hanging out of her mouth. But then, suddenly, in the world of the game, everything is bright and colorful and super smooth in its UI design and everything. Anyway, the idea though is that the gameplay itself is Nidhogg.
Is this just Nidhogg with cool combos?
It's Nidhogg with cool combos and more fighting game stuff. That's it.
Hey, look, Wooly, I'm looking at it, right? I'm looking at a video right now. I'm seeing a lot of blue and purple, and you know, nice graphics and future aesthetic. And it's not the ugliest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire fucking life.
It turns out that we do have Nidhogg 2. It's called Resistance 2040X.
I want to grab the creator of Nidhogg and fucking shake them. And thinking.
I'm sure at this point they must have, you know, considered the reception speaks for itself. But yes, aesthetics do matter. So going right from a fucking bright and colorful game into another bright and colorful game. Resistance 2040X looks super cool. The music is bopping. Everything is happening as well, from main menu to all the different stages. There's like a track that is moving, and everything is vibrant and lively. And you're playing Nidhogg, and essentially what's happening is like the terrain behind you, instead of like the set stages of Nidhogg, it actually can be set or randomized, you know? Mm-hmm. So you can get an element where like, yeah, you're not, like every time you run past the first screen, you don't know what's going to be there type of thing.
That's interesting.
It can be. It does lead to some weird shenanigans where, like in Nidhogg, if you're on a top like floor and someone's underneath you, and you guys are like trying to figure out how to fight each other, like you gotta eventually make it around and square up. But in a game like this, where you've got a Shoryuken, suddenly it becomes really bad to be on the top floor because your sword can pierce through and hit from the bottom. Yeah. So that's bad, right? But yeah, imagine if you took Nidhogg and instead of having high, mid, low stances with the different footsies you play, you've got a light attack, you've got a heavy, you've got a Shoryuken, you've got a heavy Shoryuken, you've got an air dash, and then you've got like a cross-up dashing slash, and you've got like a sonic boom as well. So like it kind of lets you engage in a bit more of a hyper experience while having that little, the screen is locked, whoever kills first gets to run past, you know? Mm-hmm. And it makes perfect sense because a Nidhogg it's a perfect, like, you know, con floor game to play. It also,
yeah. Oh god, that's such a specific metric.
That's what you kind of look for, because it all, like anything that fits that also fits the, what I call post tournament, everybody's drinking, loaded up. Let's let you know, like after you're out of your pools or you're out of your bracket or whatever, where everyone's just gonna play some other shit and just like, you know, fuck around, and this is a great thing for that. Nidhogg was really great for that. So people would get really hype in that context if you could do like Ken's light DP, you know, and then like after you block it, you get guard crushed, and then you fucking open them up and stuff. That's really fun. So it was, yeah, it's a again, Nidhogg with more moves. There's a cool element to it where when you do kill somebody, they respawn with a like helm splitter from heaven, and if you're standing in that line, you die immediately. So like you can't just go rush in and try to beat them on their spawn point, because like they have a fucking super attack right away. Again, Resistance 2040X is the name of the game. If you also kill somebody, and like, because everyone has like it's not just one hit to death. You've got a little life bar. In most cases, one combo will kill you, but if you extend it and you do a certain amount of like stylish points in your combo, you can heal a pip of life back. So there's a fun little mechanic where, like, even if it's enough to kill with just a little poke, if you combo the body for a little bit longer, you can build back up some life as well, you know? So that was pretty fun.
How many pips of life do you actually have?
So you have, I want to say like 4, but the average combo that's like light, heavy, Shoryuken will kill you regardless, right? So in most cases, like, getting touched is death, but not always. If you block, which you can, you know, do by holding back, one of your life bar segments are broken up into like there's like 2 dots on it, and like you can basically block 3 times before that life bar pip disappears, you know? So yeah, it's the, you know, the kind of fun and charm of like a Nidhogg hype battle that can go back and forth, because every time you die, it makes your respawn take longer. So, you know, at a certain point in time, you're having these really long battles where, like, I killed you and I can get from the edge of the stage to half stage, you know, and now you killed me and now you can make it back that far. It's pretty fun. I like the setup. And then, of course, because this is the era, you can do Twitch integration and it leans super far in on that goofy shit where you can basically hook it up to your stream and allow people to vote with commands over what they want to happen in the game. And every 1 minute, a random effect will fuck up your game. And it can be everything.
1 minute.
You can set that to be...
That's really fast.
You can set it to be whatever you want. You can set it to be faster, like every couple seconds, or you can set it to be every 5 minutes or so. Like, you can do whatever. But, like, the options are basically people can vote to give you as mild as everyone has a triple jump to everyone's invisible.
Oh, come on.
Hitboxes only. Potato quality screen. Lowest resolution.
Oh, that's nice. Lowest
visual effects. Even fucking Dino Rex, where the fighting... Dino Rex is that goofy dinosaur fighting game, the one that's not Primal Rage, where you can grab a T-Rex by the neck and toss it out the screen and again do this cool follow-up combo. And then there's humans on the bottom. It's one of the games we played a long time ago. That was like one of the obscure fighters that was a goof. And then
I've played Dino Rex?
You sure have. And it became a meme later because people recently rediscovered it. But we've been on that shit because I do my homework.
I don't know about Dino Rex.
As a barrel connoisseur, it's always funny to be like, oh yeah, this new meme, been on that shit. But Dino Rex is hilarity. And you turn into dinosaurs. You do dino confirms and dino combos. They're great.
That sounds so stupid. That
it's
sounds
great.
like
it's great.
It would burn in my soul forever.
And the sprite of the dinosaur in Resistance 2040X is like, it's a single sprite that's just bouncing up and down, you know, like sprinting in like a South Park kind of way. Like it's hilarious, like, or Paper Mario almost, you know, it's really good. Yeah. So if you want a better Nidhogg experience than Nidhogg 2, that has a different flavor to it with a more like the Marvel to Nidhogg's Street Fighter. Check out Resistance 2040X. It's pretty sick.
I would love a better Nidhogg 2 experience.
A lot of people would.
And so far, that's been play Nidhogg.
Yeah. No, the call has been answered because Nidhogg has left room for, you know, all kinds of improvement and cool ideas. And I'm happy to see that this is finally around and happening. So, yeah. Shout outs to that game as well. And then real quick, Breakers Collection came out. And Breakers Revenge and Breakers are some really good classic fighting games. Love those. They're very similar to Punch Planet in that there's nothing. They're very simple. It's like, you know, going back to basics. It's like, here's your roster, here's your characters. They got supers, and there's like a little under the level. There's like a breaker system involved, but it's not much. It's really just classic fighting game. Tons of fun.
How old is Breakers Revenge again?
Oh God, I mean,
it's one of the ones that I completely missed.
Everyone did, because the only people like that's the thing. Like, yeah, this is you found out about it via Neo Geo emulation style game. You know, Breakers is mid-90s as fuck.
Even
some of the character designs in that.
I know you've made me play it.
Jesus Christ! Wow. Okay, that's how we're doing this. Yeah. It's got those.
This fucking thing.
Oh,
this fucking piece of shit.
Pierre, the French
it's
swordsman.
It's got fucking Mahurl in it, where you just do the you just do the goddamn belly move over and over.
Yeah, exactly. That game. That's the one. You know, with Show.
Yo, this game fucking sucks.
It's great. No. It's a good fighting game. It's super fun, dude. God, that sound clip right there. Yeah. No. It's fucking great. And this was one of those bits where it needed to kind of come back and get some rollback so that people could play it and enjoy it in a modern context. So Qbyte did that. And added crossplay. And they added a bunch of stuff to it where the online suite was pretty impressive when I was looking at it. There was a little tutorial that kind of goes like, hey, we're going to connect to servers and have you play against each other that way. But if the connection, it seems like if the connection isn't strong enough, you can also just do direct PvP. There's indicators for Wi-Fi versus wired. You've got all your bars. You got all that shit you'd want to see. And then you've got a ton of lobbies. You can go and roll back and cross-play and yada yada. So that's a nice feature set for the game to get. The problem, unfortunately, is when you put a game out and it has rollback and such, you want to make sure, because in cases like this, you're trying to defeat Fightcade. And if people are not going to have a better experience than they are on Fightcade, you're going to fail to convince them to pick the game up, right? So I tried a couple of we had matches. Obviously, our local matches are great, no problems there. Play it online, had some lag. Had some lag with people that I usually don't have lag with when we do get into fighting games. What's going on, right? Start to see high MS, start to see skips occurring. We start to see a couple of little moments of like aggressive rolling in the matches, and I'm like, is it failing? What's going on? Increase the rollback frames, go up to see if that compensates. Still having bad matches, and then people basically are reporting that like, yeah, they're not getting smooth matches out of this, and all that work of getting it implemented on rollback, at least until patched or so, currently it's janky. Currently it's shaky. It's not stable. I had a match with somebody who was like not too far, I think in America somewhere, and again, like it was just like they were coming in at like 58, and then it sucks because you're just like, your goal here, is to get people off of Fightcade. Now it's weird because Fightcade is always like, it's always there. It's always an alternative to what's going on.
Yeah.
There's never been an opportunity for anyone who likes Breakers or Breakers Revenge to officially support it in any capacity, because it exists in... the only people who are current fans of Breakers and Breakers Revenge are fans because they played a ROM, right? This is a thing. So, like, it's a huge game in South America as well. I know Brazil pops off for it. And... it's a weird world we live in where almost like Windjammers. Like, Windjammers I've seen in the wild a few times. So it is possible to have gotten into Windjammers by walking into an arcade and putting a quarter in. Nobody got into Breakers unless it was through running Neo Rage X or, some form of it emulated back in the day. There's, like, unquestionably. So now those fans are bringing it officially around and turning it into like a project that has rollback, but deep down that the thing that you started on is gonna continue to be the way that people play this unless you do better than this, So, it sucks that it kind of feels that way, but so far, and I think, a lot of the other Neo Geo games that are getting rollback over time have been really solid. Obviously, KOF has been great. The Code Mystic stuff. We're getting Sam Show soon, but the old Sam Shows are all there. Those are flawless. Those are fine. So this is just, unfortunately, a miss on the netcode right now.
This sounds like the fucking stupidest situation in the world. In the new era of, like, everything getting rolled back and fighting games having their big shot, like, hey, man, you want to try a collection of some old, weird fighting game you probably never heard of? Great. Get ready to play it and then get frustrated and then want to go play it online on a ROM.
Yeah, it's a dumb thing to happen.
Shit.
Everything else that's been coming out has been, like having pretty solid rollbacks, so it's not been an issue. In this case, I don't know what went wrong, but it feels like there's something happening. There's a bug somewhere. There's something about the implementation, because I think Cubyte's also done other games like this, and they've been okay. I want to say, maybe I'm misremembering, but something's up with this one, and it hopefully is a patch away from being fixed or so. But until then, good luck convincing people to come away from Fightcade, and you want them, if they're going to spend money on this thing, like, you can't have these issues, man. So yeah, that's a problem, unfortunately. And
I still think
it's also a game where it's also a game where the servers are not exactly bustling with activity. So
No.
the few people that we connected to, we felt issues on all of those matches. Not a great sign, man. You know.
I still think the weirdest game I've ever played in terms of like the version you had before is better than the version that is now. Like, so right now we're going from Fightcade, which is like a jank but viable solution, to the official release, which is like it's almost like a anime fan dub where the official subtitling is somehow worse than the old fan sub.
Right.
Is like Outriders. Outriders was a game that released a big gigantic like demo, which was like the first 2 or 3 levels of the game, and then the full game came out, and the full game was like substantially worse in every respect, including performance.
Jeez.
Than the demo. Like, astonishing, crazy.
I'm trying to remember which. Oh, this game. Okay, yeah. I was like, out.
Was this fucking situation where
Out
everybody got
Foxies?
sponsored to play it, and then Paige had a sponsored stream the day of launch, and so we were playing together, and then the game just fucking shat itself for multiple hours during the time they wanted us to stream it.
Yikes.
And we're just sitting there looking at a fucking login screen and looking at that timer going, 90 minutes to go!
Yeah. That's a fucking predicament, man. That's always a rough one. Like, hey, this sponsored stream can't get started, but it started because we're staring at a title screen.
And it was this thing where they're like, make sure to play it between these hours for maximum viewership. And we're like, okay. Here you go. And you went, oh my god, you went on the goddamn Twitch page for it, and like every single person's like now playing was like the same screenshot of the login screen, because the whole fucking, oh my god, it was a mess.
Jeez.
It was a mess. And that's what I think of now when I think of Breaker's Revenge. I think of Outriders.
Well, again, I'm optimistic, and I hope it's a patch away, you know, or many from getting itself into shape. But at the very least, Breakers is a good ass game that deserves, you know, some attention. And you know, you pop it in and you look at it and it's like, oh hey, look, here's some like concept art and whatever from this super obscure game that you never would have seen or heard anything about anyway. So, you know, it's like, oh like there's a character in that, the main girl is like basically just the quintessential like late 80s, early 90s beat 'em up girl with the full on, the Kylie Minogue going on with the tights, the leotard, the jacket, the headband, the Blaze Fielding hair, you know, Asuka from TMNT, all of that, and just rolled up into one, and you're just like, yeah, like you are the era in one fucking character summed up. It's kind of incredible how like she's everything in one. There's some real fun character designs in that. There's like a proto Ayla Beast Girl that I really like. Some fun guys, and then Mahurl and Piel.
Really? I guess it might be, yeah. CT was like 90.
If Breakers was early 90s, it could have been. I mean, not that like fucking Cave Woman Girl is not something that goes back to.
No, Chrono Trigger invented the Cave Woman.
What's that anime with the girl with the she's got the little horns and she's got the tiger,
the Dragon Maid bullshit? No, you're thinking of the green hair tiger crap?
Yeah, super old, you know.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Yatsura? Urusei Yatsura. Yeah, okay,
I don't
sure.
know what that is.
Lum
the Invader?
Invader Lum? Hold on, let me look.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, Urusei Yatsura. Lum, that's it, exactly. And that goes back to fucking 78. So, yeah. There's a whole thing. Anyways, Breaker's cool. Moving on.
Is it?
It's a fun fighting game, legitimately.
I feel like I've been talking to you about Breaker's Revenge and you being like, no, it's cool, and I just
no,
25 years.
No, I feel like you decided that at the beginning of the conversation and are locked in.
I vividly remember playing this game on fisticuffs and just doing Mahurl's over and over and going, good game, yeah.
Yeah. It's a ton of fun. Trust me, there's a lot of bad fighting games out there. I don't have any reason to overestimate or lie or push whatever's terrible. This is one of the good ones. Legitimately. I have fun with it. So there's that, and then I don't want to give I mean, I guess we've been kind of doing it, but like I feel like Mass Effect is best discussed in like, the roundups when we get, to the point, I suppose in to do like a spoiler cast and such. But
yeah,
the play-by-play is definitely real interesting, and this time around, I look at, I guess, the pit stop of where we are, and I'll just my update is just simply Mordin is a perfect character.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
That is a top to bottom bookended, like, that is to me the best of what this type of genre can offer, across two games, with like the growth and then seeing the alternative pathways and the difference between how his story ends if you agree with him versus how his story ends if you challenge it and stick by your actions into, like, it's the alternate take I saw where he stays himself the whole way through, and he drops that fucking line, which is, had to be me, couldn't be anyone else, right? But when you are the one who's like looking to sabotage his efforts, he actually has a moment of like where you don't see eye to eye on this coming into it if you've deleted the data, and he comes into it and he actually like cracks and yells like, I made a mistake, man. Like he actually fucking cracks that. Like he never ever even in the most dire circumstances ever cracks, but there he does.
I think the best part of his characterization is hidden in that moment, and it's specifically it's not that he cracks, and it's not that he says it had to be me, it's where he realizes that his entire perception of the way he handles every single problem in his entire life has a problem, and that is that the big picture is made out of little pictures, and that he was so focused on the big picture that he never even bothered to look at the little picture.
Interesting.
And thus what he did was wrong, because he's like, well, obviously this is the best cost benefit for the genophage and blah 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 blah, and didn't think for a second of like, well, what would that do to the individual on an individual basis? Oh, it'd be a fucking horrific nightmare. It'd be the worst thing that ever happened.
And it's in the context of doubling down, right? It would be interesting, because it's interesting to look at it in a, like, the game always gives you like not an out, but it gives you this sort of like, well, what if the Reapers weren't attacking? How would that affect the conversation, right? When I saw the route where you decide to sabotage his actions, I fully expected there to be a, like, God damn it, Mordin, get out of my way. I don't want to do this, but don't you see this is the only way, because you are convinced that the thing you are doing is right, even though it's fucked, right?
Right.
And that would have been, if this were Mass Effect 1, the Shepherd there, where you are bad cop, you are doing what needs to be done, right? But now that I see how that plays out, I understand the whole thing with Mass Effect 3 Shepard Renegade is a psychopath, because you get to watch as Shepard is basically like not like, you get to watch as Shepard is like, it's not even like, don't you understand this is the only way. it is like a Sith Lord, like crackling with red energy, waiting to off him.
Yeah.
And then walking back to the crew and just lying to them about what happened, And it's and
yeah,
like,
what happened? Oh, he didn't make it. Oh, it's a bummer.
And you're like, oh my God, if you were somebody who like got this far believing that Morden was right in that moment, like you would be met with the most like insane Sith fucking read of that scene, as opposed to the one where you would think like you're misguided but you think you're right. It's an interesting way to play it out.
Yeah, with your fucking gigantic glowing evil robot eyes.
Yeah.
This is a guy we can trust. A guy under so much stress and anxiety and murder that his fucking cybernetics are poking through his head.
Yeah. It's no, but that's it. Other stuff is going on and it's all fine and dandy, but like the most notable bit is I'm just absolutely impressed with Morden on the whole, and that's my favorite thing like right now. Like it's fucking great, man.
So Morden and the climax on Tuchanka is like Mass Effect 3 is not perfect. But the reason why people were so mad about like the ending and all that stuff was like primarily because like it's so strong at the moments like Tuchanka. Tuchanka is so fucking dead on perfect.
It's compelling. Yeah.
And like multiple variations of what's going down on Tuchanka is perfect.
Like, and it's satisfying.
The version where you're an asshole, the version where you're not an asshole, the version where you're an asshole before, but you're an asshole now.
Mm-hmm. And I don't envy what they had to do when you consider the fact that Morden can be dead, as can Rex. Like, that
you get some other
thing.
Dipshit, whatever his name is, other replacement scientist. But like, what Morden being the easiest character to get killed in Mass Effect 2, and then being crux of what's probably the series' best dramatic moment, was a massive, stupid fucking mistake, and they shouldn't have made it that way. Stupid.
I don't know what the alternative character like is like. People have given a vibe of like, the religious aspect of him and stuff. But yeah, like there's an incredibly weaker narrative I can imagine just to not having either of these around and committing to it, and then I guess finding that out and then you're going, fuck this, I'm reloading my save, and whatever. It all goes back to hold the line, right? It all goes back to it. And the thing I was fearing, which is like, oh no, I want to continue this, like Morden's great, I want to continue hearing about all of this side of the story, and it fucking does pay off, but I suppose not if you just let it rock in that way, Anyway, but I don't envy having to make these like stories still land on these beats with these characters being completely dead and optional and gone.
It's fucking weird.
Yeah. But as intended, fucking beautiful aces on that. So we'll see. Also, like I've managed to I'm pretty happy with the job I've managed to do with like continuing to enjoy and have a fresh experience with it, despite everything I've heard over the years. A lot of that not deliberately not sinking in has been great for just enjoying my game. However, what's the moment Kai Lang shows up,
it's impossible.
I just completely crack and I can't. And Reggie's like, who's this? What's going on? And it's just like, let's let it play out, And I'm trying to just, there's no way to have a fresh objective experience with Kai.
He's cringe, dude. He's fucking cringe.
It's impossible. I want like on the off chance I want to go, hold on. What if everyone's crazy and Kai Leng is actually awesome?
What? Yeah. What if, man?
Right?
What if?
Because at the end of the day, I'd like to think that at the very least, like, people have been upset about the idea of like Wooly's getting his opinions preformed, and thus he's going to always be jaded or biased towards this or that, whatever, before he even knows the context. And I like to always put a filter up to be like, no, if I end up liking the thing in the end, I'll make sure that I can see that and point that out, you know? So I even for a Kai Leng, I would put that up, but I couldn't. It was over before it started. And then he jumps in the car and he's joined by the first Cerebus soldier with huge fucking titty armor rocking, and you're just like, damn, he's edging hard and he's got them titties on his flank. Look at that.
So, like, I remember
doing
Troy
it.
Baker being interviewed about Kai Leng, and he'd be like, "Oh man, I'm the biggest fan of Mass Effect. Oh, can I please be a Mass Effect character?" And they're like, "Absolutely, Troy. Here, we made this character for you." And he's like, "Yeah, I got to be in Mass Effect." It's real, like, best season ever energy.
Yeah. Fucking discount Nightwing. Yeah. Fucker got Thane too. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, no, he didn't. Like, it is okay. I'm glad we can talk about that because it is like the most massive fucking failure of like, here's this new character. Oh my god, he's so evil. He's such a threat. Okay, so this guy who's been in the hospital dying of lung cancer for lizards.
Yep.
Beat his ass, no problem.
That's
no problem.
Like, as I said in the LP, as Thane is going into the Great Yonder, just have him use his perfect memory to replay the moment that Kyle Lang realized he fucked up and that he was losing to a dying, cancerous fucking, Drell.
It's
like,
so bad. It's such a kneecap to your villain as a threat, right? Like, does it and it's supposed to be like, here's Thane's last hurrah, but like he's dying of lung cancer.
Yeah.
He can barely, like he describes in an earlier scene, he can barely move.
Yeah, it got bad. That being said, for a game where everyone is looking for a fucking hill to die on, like literally, not in the metaphorical sense, he's the one that actually deserves it, given his circumstances. So, fucking fine. But yeah, if Kyling weren't so lame, that would have probably been okay if like, oh, Tim's second in command, got him. Damn it, Tim. Rawr. But here we are, you know? So, anyway, good times on that, and we'll see. Yeah, that's going to be me. And of course, if you would like to check out more, Mass Effect 3, or starting this week, Hi-Fi Rush, over on Woollyversus is the place you want to be. YouTube is the anime, and the manga is on Twitch. And then, of course, we've got Wooly versus the Algorithm. New shorts dropping, because games changed. The algorithm has now decided to play with the shorts meta. So starting February, they're doing some stuff with that. So we're going to be dropping some shorts, seeing how that goes. And then also, Wooly versus whatever, coming your way soon. Currently fucking around with the copyrighted strike shit, because you have to dance with YouTube for a while before you can put up one of those. But that's how I've been doing it at the very least.
What a pile of shit.
Yeah. So give it a minute and go check out Wooly versus and Wooly versus the Algorithm. How's your going?
Let's see. What else
oh my god, the Batarians are gone. Oh my god. They just wiped them. They didn't even pretend. And then oh my, like, the sequence of events. So like we get that drop, right? And they go, yo, turns out, oops, whatever, there they go, out with a fucking wet fart. And then I also read there's an official BioWare blog entry, which is Batarians remind Alliance that Metagel works on them too. As eager as the Batarian forces are to fight against the Reapers, it seems that many members of the coalition have forgotten that Metagel works on Batarians just as it does on any other races. You know? And you get that drop. And you then walk in, and so Reggie in Bring Down the Sky, the DLC for Mass Effect 1, let the Batarian terrorist guy get away. Right, in Bring Down the Sky, the in our version.
Didn't you also somehow kill the hostages?
Yes, the hostages died and he got away.
How the fuck did you manage that?
That's Red Shepherd. Hey man, I ain't pointing fingers. So anyway, so as a result of that, that fucker comes back and he starts pulling the plug on humans in hospital. And starts killing people behind the scenes, and then eventually corners you and is like still alive, right? So he's coming for his revenge. And it's weird because you don't get a ton of moments that are red and blue full-on choice in 3 compared to the previous games, but there you do. And so, you know, Reggie deals with that guy. And the game is like, hey, you can have a little like, do you want to work together? You can be like, you need me, versus like, put the gun down, we can work together. Or the default option, uncolored, is murder him.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, no, okay, that's what it is by default. I mean, one, you let him go before. He killed a bunch of hostages, and now he came back, and he's killing sick people in the hospitals. Like, sure, right? Fuck him. So he gets done in, and then you walk like 2 steps down and you turn, and then there's another Batarian, but this time he's dying on a hospital bed, and he's coughing, and he's like, I'll never forget what you did at the relay when we lost 300,000 of our people, right? And you know, like you deserve to suffer for that. And then the game is like, hey, what's one more on that list? And then
I think one of the options is to like remove his pain medicine.
You can unplug the fucking machine, the life support. And he's like, oh yeah, if we don't matter, then what's one more then, right? And then you can actually be like, oh, hey man, relax. Or you can just fucking do it. So then he does it.
Yeah.
And I'm like shook because I can't believe it's letting it happen, right? And it's such an insane thing that the game has to kind of give you an out. And it does, because as you're unplugging and turning the machine off to kill him, he goes, thank you. So he's actually thankful that you're letting him have a sweet release.
Uh-huh.
Even though the challenge was put forth in such a way where you murdered all his people and he's just another dying one, you cruel, heartless asshole.
There is a single guy. He's relatively close. He's sitting on a bench talking to a French human.
I saw that guy. Yeah.
And it is the most pathetic attempt to walk it back ever, because he's just some engineer, and he's the only Batarian you've ever even heard of that is like kind of normal.
I mean,
and it's right next to these 2 events.
Yeah. It's because the guy next to him just won't shut up, and meanwhile this guy lost all his people. And I guess maybe there's Vega's playing poker across from a Batarian at one point, and you're like, I don't know, maybe that guy's normal too or so. But they just don't care to try.
Oh,
and when you fucking euthanize that Batarian who's challenging you to continue like fucking eradicating his people, the game gives you reputation points.
Hell yeah, it does.
Nothing renegade about it. Like,
good job, you did it.
It is neutral.
You did it, buddy.
Snuffing out a Batarian life to prove a point. Not because of his
Good.
suffering, not because he
Good.
asked you to. To prove a point is neutral activity.
Excellent.
Shook. Absolutely shook.
I don't know what the fuck. You were supposed to get a Batarian crew member in 3.
I imagine that could have done some good.
And it was like one of the first things to get cut. It was like, nah, you don't need him.
Because I was kind of saying, like, it would be, they've done it with everyone else, and they've done it amazingly so with Legion. It would be fantastic to have a moment to go like, okay, guys, what the fuck with the slavery, though, right?
Like, we love it.
And
we think it's great.
Well, no, because Javik is like that. Javik is like, they're weaker. Who cares? Why are we having this conversation?
Yeah, no, but Batarians are like, no, we love it. It's our favorite thing.
Like, and so, like, I would have liked to have seen the sit down and just like, dude, it's the culture, it's the way we roll, it's a thing. I don't know, like, some may be on board, some might not. I don't know, whatever the case is, but like, I would like to have seen that conversation had, you know? Because even the Vorcha, at least you get them in the alleyways on the ground looking destitute and like homeless, where you're like, oh man, it's pretty rough being a Vorcha on Omega.
Yeah, no, there's no, like, Vorcha have a moment in which they're existing and they're not committing like active violence against someone in their direct vicinity. Every single time you see or meet or talk to a Batarian, like, even if it's not directly on the screen, right behind a door off screen is like a slavery or like a crime happening.
Amazing. So I was wondering, and I asked, and people kind of said no, not at all. But I was like, in other things, like, as someone who doesn't know much, right? The Ferengi are, like, in my head, are like kind of like a mercantile sort of like race of that is going to be about the business and money, right? And yeah, but they're clearly, but I'm sure there's nothing where it's like, oh no, write them all off as an entire species, right?
In fact, one of the long-going things happening, particularly in DS9, is that many people write them all off as a whole species, despite like it being cultural.
Right. Okay.
Like it's their culture that sucks. Like, Quark's mom is like very counterculture to Ferengi capitalism and the way that things are done, but it's one person in a planetary empire culture that sucks. Okay. Star Trek also does that with the Klingons. And it's like, Klingons have a warrior caste that they're all obsessed with, except for the ones that don't fit into the warrior caste, like scientists. And scientists, Klingons, are massive assholes because they're insecure. Because they don't fight battles, they make engines.
Yeah, and I mean, at one point it made reference to Krogan's hacking a system, and I'm like, oh, Krogan hackers? That must be exactly like that, right?
Yeah.
Like, so those things line up in a way where you can imagine, like, as a whole, this culture is gonna bounce hard off of principles of like, hey, life is important and things should have rights, right? And like
Batarians say no.
And Javik says no just as hard as well. But like it's anyway. I would have.
So here's the difference. Here's the difference, and the reason why it works for Javik but it doesn't work for the Batarians. Javik comes from a time and a place in which they are dealing with a galactic holocaust of every single thing. Under that context, you can easily see, war now.
Right.
All that other shit, later. Don't care. War. The Batarians live in a golden age and went straight to slavery.
Also, all other races at the time with the Protheans are like animal form versions of themselves, right? Thing is, though, there was a time before that when the initial Reaper attack started for the Protheans, because they were lured into the trap as well with the honeypot. And it sounds like they were still assholes back then. You know,
totally.
Like, it sounds like they still were, but
But Javik wasn't there.
Javik is the end of it. Yes.
He only existed during the fall of Rome.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
And so when you're like, didn't you care about slavery? It's like, why would I give a shit about slavery? Every day on the news, a whole planet got eaten.
An up and close relationship with a Batarian party member would have been great, because you get that for every other race almost, and for the ones you don't, they're basically like the ones you don't are played as goof races, right? Fucking Hanar and Elcor, they're goof races.
I fucking love the Elcor so much.
They're there so that you can have a fucking 9-part Blasto bit on the radio. You know, that's what's going on there. Incredible. So yep, all of that fun stuff. Sorry. All right.
Hey, if you'll excuse me, I need to take a quick break as well.
Okay.
I mean, again, my mistake.
BRB.
All right. That's oh, I can't hear you. Huh. That's strange. Oh, Wooly's muted. You're muted.
God damn it.
All right. Okay. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Thank goodness.
All right. Hello.
All right. Hey, Wooly, you played Dead Space last year, didn't you?
Sure did. In fact, I just said, tell me about how good Dead Space is.
It's great, is what it is.
Yeah.
So, aside from, I'll just get it out of the way. Aside from some very minor stuttering on PC, which has not been the end of the world, it's just a slight annoyance. Dead Space is great. It is a fantastic recreation of all the things that were good in Dead Space 1. It is not like some of the recent Capcom remakes where they're like, "Hey, we've remade RE2," and it's like evoking the feeling and the style and all that. No, this is a room-to-room remake with extra bits. So
I don't know though, Pat. I heard that the flesh monsters have gone woke.
all right, let's do it. All right. All right. So all right, let's do it. All right. So in Dead Space, there are three things that are combining to be this bizarre woke space nonsense. Number one is that the signs on the bathrooms have been like they have the male female symbol and then they have the gender inclusive symbol on the Ishimura bathrooms.
Sure.
Which is like extra silly to be mad about because those were always unisex bathrooms. The bathrooms in the USG Ishimura are one side has urinals, one side just has stalls, but they're like you walk in and just take one or the other, and they loop around in the fucking back. They're not even fully separated. They were always gender inclusive bathrooms. They just didn't have the little sign on the fucking door.
And that's why the Normandy is the good old faithful ship to be trusted, because Edie knows how to keep it classic.
The second one.
To the point.
The second one.
Actually, there's a whole bit. I don't know if you remember it, where Javik is like, where Edie or Joker, I think, says like, hey, like Javik seems to not like use he just uses whichever bathroom. Like someone needs to tell him something about that. You know, it's like, do they? I guess whatever. You know, he's just against animals, right? Anyways, okay.
Following up with that, the game has a feature that they put time and work into that feels super pointless. And on the one hand, I can be like, I suppose I appreciate it for the people that appreciate it themselves, but it seems violently useless. And I don't like, so there is a content warning system in Dead Space in which if you turn it on, instead of just the hey, there's depictions of explicit violence and gore at the very beginning of the game, so be careful. They will also hit you with a content warning in a little box in the upper right corner of the screen that will be like incoming depiction of self-harm or medical malpractice or suicide or violent dismemberment up in the upper right corner of the screen, and be like, okay, get ready, you're about to see some shit. It's obviously like a spoiler, so I turned it on, saw what it did, and turned it off. People are suspecting that it's actually for content creators to like edit their videos around stuff,
moments,
but I don't think that's the case.
No, that seems like it's a heads up, but I mean, it's Dead Space.
So, and then the second one is that they will actually there's a content block in which they will put, it's like they're putting like a projector screen in front of the thing that's happening, and it like blurs out what's occurring in a massive block. So like if somebody like commits suicide, there'll just be a gigantic blur filter in front of them to keep you from seeing it. And again, it's like, okay, I can understand the intention here. However, one of the things they added to this game. So first of all, Dead Space is about dismembering enemies into
It's
pieces
really violent. Now,
with
yeah.
violent mechanical implements.
Yeah. Yeah.
On top of that, one of the things they added to the game that's not just fancy graphics is they have what they're calling a peel system, in which necromorphs have a variety of layers. They have clothes, skin, muscle, deeper muscle, and then
Sinew.
skeleton.
Bone.
Right? All the way down to skeleton. And that's their health bar, because the original game there's no way to tell just how much health a limb had.
Right.
In this one, as you're chipping away at it, you're watching it chunk off and be like, oh, that part of their arm is being chunked.
Okay.
When you use the force glove, when you use the force gun, you can deglove an entire necromorph down to the skeleton.
Wow.
It's so insanely violent.
That sounds ridiculously gory. Yeah.
It's probably the most violent game in terms of active gore that I've ever seen in my life. And there's no way to reconcile, like, I don't want to see the scene of a guy beating his head into the wall until he dies, with the sequence immediately after that, which is I'm using a table saw to chop baby corpses into bits.
Yeah. If I had to guess, that's kind of where I guess I'd go, is like, if the thought process was essentially, this is for somebody who might not want to see that specific context while the rest of the game remains fine. But it does definitely kind of remind me of, like, I think, like, I don't know if you remember, like, we might have talked about this like a long time ago, but it was like during your playthrough of, like, The Walking Dead. I think it was season 2, where it starts out where, like, a dog attacks Clem.
Yeah.
And someone was particularly upset by that because it involved, like, a dog.
Dog murder.
Getting killed that attacked you. But that content was sandwiched and bookended in between murdering zombies left and right. And in this case, the dog was the particular point of tension, whereas the humans, I guess, being zombies, were not.
See that I can understand. I genuinely can, because Walking Dead is using, like, a stylized look. It's not going for a realistic depiction of blood and violence and gore, and thus doesn't have, like, a kind of visceral reaction. Whereas somebody stabbing a dog to death, regardless of its art style, is still going to be, like, fucked, particularly with the sound effect. With Dead Space, you're dealing with the most realistic depiction of violent dismemberment and gore I've ever seen. And then the in-game contexts for, the medical stuff, or, the suicide stuff, is, like, generally tame by comparison to the moment-to-moment gameplay.
Yeah, I guess the opt-in on what you have to accept alongside something like Dead Space is so extreme that, like, it would be unusual if a particular style or context depiction would, be something you'd be uncomfortable with, but, like, the rest of it would not be. That would be an odd. But then again, the brain works in all kinds of ways, and there could be exactly that type of person that specifically wants to avoid that type of thing. I don't know.
I don't think it's very useful. Also, some of those moments are story relevant to a point where they tell you where to go or whatever.
Yeah.
So none of the sound has been dropped. It basically just turns all of these moments into audio logs, which kind of doesn't affect their impact at all, because the visuals was never the problem. It's never like, when you're talking about Mercer, the evil doctor, like, fucking up his patients and being an evil piece of shit, like, you're not actually seeing him do anything really genuinely awful. It's all kind of implied. So hiding that doesn't it doesn't really even take any of the sting off, because the gore in these moments were never the problem. It was the situation. It was like, oh, this evil doctor's doing horrible experiments. That's awful. Now it's just this evil doctor is doing horrible experiments behind a screen, but it doesn't change any of that core context because the audio still has to be there. It just seems fundamentally pointless. I don't really understand. If anyone is actually genuinely like not if anyone's improved, that's not how I want to say. If anyone is out there and goes, actually, I really appreciate this because of X, hit me up on Twitter at Pat Stares At and let me know, because I'm baffled as to who this would actually apply to.
Well, so that's kind of what I guess I'm left thinking about, because I didn't know about that stuff, but I guess I'm just like, if you're opting into Dead Space, like you're or if you're someone who would rather, I guess, not, it seems like it would go hand in hand in a lot of cases, but maybe I don't know something, maybe it doesn't, I mean, if you in movies, certainly if you go into a genre that's like super fucked up, and well, like, I guess you have like different rated versions that get edited for different contexts, but usually an airplane version of a movie or a PG-13 TV edit of something is so that kids can watch it or whatever. In this case though, it's not the same, because I'm thinking about something where, so for example, right? Two things that come to mind are, one, obviously, the audio logs from Ground Zeroes.
Yeah.
The bad one. Right? And then two, the conversation in Loincloths in Disco Elysium. The bad one. Right? Those are, and like, I could see where you're like, the rest of this game, without those, doesn't seem to hit anywhere close to this level of
the rest of the game's shit. Like a 6 or a 7, and this is a 10.
This is a 10 in both those cases, So if those moments, like especially Disco, goes like, hey, by the way, you really should know, warning, right, before you before you continue with this prompt, then it makes sense because of how out of the range it is with the rest of the content.
Yeah, with Dead Space, everything that you're doing most of the game is more violent than everything you're encountering as part of its narrative.
Interesting. Okay, so that's what that's about then.
It's undodgeable.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just like, I don't know if you ever got caught, but like when one of the babies like hits you with the grab attack and your shake off kills them, like Isaac just like stomping a fetus into the ground, like it's not. It doesn't work. It's too much.
And of course, when you come across people who are not like fucking necromorphed, that are just normal bodies or people that are on their way out, and they die, it's like, oh fuck, that's sad. That's and then like you can still turn them into chicken nuggets because of the way the fucking limb system works.
I think the absolute weirdest part is that, like, if they wanted to go down this route, it should have also come with a feature that turns off the peeling system and turns off blood, right? Like having the content warning system for all the scripted parts of the game, but then not having it for the thing you're doing for 95% of it is strange. If there was a toggle you could turn on that turns off blood, yeah, this would actually make way more sense, because you could turn that game down to a PG-13.
I'll tell you right now, I could use a content warning for toilet sputter. The toilet that fucking shoots out goop at you. There's a toilet that you walk into the bathroom, and the toilet itself just spews fucking shit at you, and it splashes, and it's horrifying. And it got me hard.
Somebody in the chat referred to that as like the emotional damage toilet. I'm like, what are you talking about? And then I found it and was like, oh, yeah, that's what you're talking about.
Phrasing. It got me. It fucked me up.
Yeah. So back to the actual game. God. Back to the actual game. The game looks incredible. It has all the control options you could ever want. It has all tons of legitimate accessibility options, subtitling, that kind of thing. What they've done is they've made a very, very, very accurate recreation of Dead Space 1. Like, every single room is there and accounted for. Every single encounter is there and accounted for. What they've done is they've expanded it in a couple ways that make sense. You no longer have power node doors. They decided that keeping one node on you at all times sucked shit.
Okay.
What they've replaced those with is security clearance. And that goes hand in hand with the way that the game's actually structured. So the game is no longer a series of discrete levels. The game is no longer, here's level 1, here's level 2, here's level 3, that changes when you get on the tram. What happens now is when you finish the hangar section, for example, and you have to go to medical, the tram is already gone to medical, and you now have to crawl through the underbelly of the Ishimura in order to get to medical manually, which at that point you can unlock the tram. It's now one big seamless level. As a result, they've taken a lot of the node doors, and what they've done is they've tied it to security clearance that you earn as you go through the game and you unlock, and you'll be able to backtrack to earlier areas to unlock those doors with your security clearance, which now include having new types of weapon upgrades.
Does that mean
a little bit of light Metroid?
Does that mean that doors that you would have been able to open via node earlier, you have to wait for longer predetermined
Not necessarily.
Progress points?
Some are just open. Some have been replaced with security doors. And some are brand new. Like, there's a legitimate expansion of the ship in some areas.
Okay.
In addition, they've given you way more things to use your nodes on. So in the original, you had, like, let's say the plasma cutter, and it was all statistical, and there'd be empty nodes. There'd be like power, and then empty, and then capacity. Now what they have done is that you have a limited selection of nodes with no empty slots, so that you're always getting something per level up. And there are 3 findable types of upgrades that you can acquire throughout the game that will unlock another branch of nodes and then a special feature. So for the plasma cutter, for example, you get 3. One is the ability to have your plasma cutter shots light enemies on fire. The second of which is to dramatically increase the amount that it can hold. And the third is the ability to weigh down the plasma cutter to be much heavier, so that when you use your punch, it'll knock over almost any normal-sized enemy to the floor and prone them.
Okay.
These are all features that were not available in the original Dead Space.
So those things that you find, they unlock branches. They don't give you those abilities.
No, they don't. They just unlock more branches. And that's for every single weapon. So, like, the Ripper has its old functionality of saw blade and then shooting a saw blade. But it now has the secondary functionality of when you shoot the saw blade, you can upgrade it to ricochet off walls more and more and more times.
Okay.
And it ricochets off walls in a way that, like, locks on to enemies.
Okay. Smart ricochet. Nice.
They have rebalanced all the guns, so the flamethrower is actually super good.
Oh, I imagine
the flamethrower is now super, super good. It's not just good in its general purpose. It also has a secondary fire that is now you toss down a flame wall, and the flame wall is impassable. Enemies cannot walk through it.
On the secondary.
They get completely stun locked.
Okay.
Which makes it incredible. The force gun, which was useless, like totally useless in the original, now, depending on the enemy's health, will deglove them a layer, which means that if you hit somebody point blank with the force gun, you'll knock them to the floor, and if you did a lot of damage, you will totally skeletonize them, which means that when you switch to your cutter or your Ripper, they'll just instantly die.
Right.
Stuff like that.
So it's basically knocking shields and armor down off of them, essentially. I just want to go back to the whole security clearance thing. So, like, the rooms you're coming across, on average, are you getting beeped out? You can't open this yet?
It is maybe 5% of all total doors in the game have any form of security clearance.
Okay. Because, like, for example, like, let's say you take, like, the first 3 node doors, that, like, if you walked with a node, you'd be good. When you encounter them in this, are you clear to get through as the first time you get to them?
It depends. Sometimes, yes. Sometimes they're security clearance. Sometimes they are turned into puzzles in how to get through. Like there's one that I think used to be a node door that I now have to go around to a broken window and move boxes out of the way so I can shoot the lock open. But like,
Okay.
as somebody who liked the node door stuff,
Yeah.
it is a genuine improvement. There's like
Okay.
no downside.
Okay.
In addition, and this is where it really comes in. One of the reasons, so remember when you went back, you go back to medical a second time, you do medical in the beginning and you do it about halfway through the game.
Yeah.
You come back to medical. Because you have new clearance, it lets them have a bunch of lockers and boxes that you weren't able to open on your first trip through that are now available to you so that they don't have to repopulate the area with ammo and whatnot again.
Okay. I asked because I love the nodes, and I'm like, it sounds like they fixed a thing that didn't need fixing, but if it's better, then that's good.
The nodes had one big problem, and the problem is that you solved it by carrying one node on you at all times, and there was always a node inside.
Yes. The reward inside always felt good to get more than you spent.
But
yeah.
That's a key that functionally doesn't actually exist because everyone always does it. So what's the point? On top of that, they have added a respec to your guns. You pay a nominal 5K fee, and you can pull all the nodes off whatever gun you're using. So you can. So
that's fantastic.
You put 5 into the pulse rifle, and you're done with the pulse rifle. Fucking rip them all out, put them right back into the cutter.
Guys, the moral of today's episode is allow power-up refunds so that people can try shit out.
It's great. Allow it.
It maximizes fun, and then you still want a complete set if you get the chance to, but at the very least, you get to enjoy yourself as much as possible in the moment to moment.
Mm-hmm. And so the contiguous layout of the ship, as well as the security doors, also combines with the fact that the game has new content in terms of like legitimate side quests. And they're all new. They are stuff like following Nicole's trip around the ship and trying to figure out what she was doing when it was going bad.
Okay.
Trying to figure out what Mercer was doing with his experiments. And at the end of the day, they appear to all lead to some very significant upgrade. Like one of the side quests rewarded me with a version of stasis that seems to last twice as long and do damage while it's working.
Interesting. Did they change stasis and oxygen at all?
Yeah, they did. Stasis is worse when you start. Like it is weaker in its base form in Dead Space 1. TK is the same, but Dead Space 2 had metal rods that like you could insta kill enemies with that was not in Dead Space 1. That is now in Dead Space 1. You can pull pipes off the wall, you can pull necromorph blades off their arms and use that as a weapon. The upgrades that you'll be doing to stasis increase the size of the bubble. So I have not personally been upgrading it, but I assume that when you upgrade it to the max, you're firing out like a stasis wave.
Orb, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like a big fat orb.
Cool.
Yeah, overall it's fantastic. Very accurate. It's been improved on and expanded in all the right areas.
Oxygen as well?
Now? Yeah, oxygen as well.
Okay.
The areas that sucked shit, they completely overhauled. The number one area that they even showed off before the game came out was that they have completely scrapped and did completely over was the asteroid spacewalk to the guns. It now is a completely different sequence in which the spacewalk and the gun targeting has been combined into one section. You have your 0G movement from Dead Space 2, like where you're free floating. and you're walking up to gigantic guns, locking them onto your weapons, and using your character's aiming to teach the guns how to shoot asteroids out of the sky.
That's cool. Okay, there you go.
Instead of that fucking horrible turret minigame.
I didn't mind the spacewalk, but the turret was abysmal and miserable.
I don't know if you ever saw or anybody told you, but like on the hardest difficulty in that game, like the asteroid
one
sequence,
fail, you told me. Yeah, one asteroid through is a failure.
Single asteroid through is death, and it was the worst. It was absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah.
And last but not least, if you beat the impossible difficulty, they added Dead Space 2's hand cannon into it, which is a foam finger, like at a baseball game, that Isaac goes pew, 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 pew with his mouth, and is the most powerful gun in the game.
Okay, yeah.
Not last but not least. Actually, last but not least, New Game Plus is there from the get-go, and New Game Plus has a new enemy layout.
Oh.
It is being built for your New Game Plus character, all the way to the point where if there is a secret ending in New Game Plus that you can achieve.
Interesting. First room has a brute.
I don't know about that. I haven't gotten there. But it apparently remixes enemies from the end of the game into the beginning of the game because you're playing New Game Plus, and you should be able to deal with them.
Nice.
As well, the game has... You remember Left 4 Dead and all those games that have, like, the director, which is, like, trying to... like
the asymmetrical multiplayer system. Director system. Yes.
Yeah, look at your gameplay and try and figure out what it needs.
How's your aim? How many bullets do you waste? Okay, let's compensate.
So because you're backtracking more and you're wandering around the ship, they have used it to occasionally turn the lights off on you, to spawn enemies where there weren't enemies there before and aren't guaranteed to be enemies.
Okay.
So, like... I died and reloaded a save only to not encounter the thing that killed me.
Interesting. Do survival horror fans generally like director systems to be aggressive?
Yes.
Okay.
Genuinely, yes. Because it's a little tiny randomizer that helps make playthroughs a little fresher.
Yeah, well, I was going to say a half step between like a rogue, like in the whatever that term means these days, but like not really, just a little bit of a change. Okay.
Dead Space already had a variation of that using Resident Evil 4's ammo system, where you're going to get ammo for the stuff that you have on you. It's great. Game's great. Super good.
I guess the way that could go wrong is like everything about the RE games, or at least RE2 and stuff I remember you were telling me about, is that the bullets you get are balanced for the challenges you encounter, but never so much as to allow you to fully deal with everything. So
unless you know where every single thing is. If you know where absolutely every single thing in a Resident Evil game is, you can in fact deal with all of it.
Okay.
However, actually finding all of that shit is not to be guaranteed. Especially in the older games, in which like there'd be items that weren't even literally on screen, they'd be like hidden in the foreground kind of stuff.
So what do you mean when you say Isaac talks?
I mean, he literally fucking speaks. He's a character.
He's talking back to everybody who's calling into him?
Yeah, so in Dead Space 2 and 3, he had a voice, which now makes him being totally mute in Dead Space 1 kind of strange.
Well, he grunts when you stomp.
Yeah, but it's like they're talking to him like he's a robot, because he kind of is. But now what they've done is they've split some of the lines that Kendra and Hammond would have about fixing the ship and given it to him. There's more back and forth, as well as he's just a more active character. And it's like, you remember in Dead Space 1 where Nicole shows up and she's like, "Hey Isaac, help me, I'm gonna open the door," and Isaac just fucking stands there totally mute.
Yeah,
that was a little strange. Now they talk briefly.
I interpreted his character in one, especially because you could look at his face in when you're sitting there, as like he's just like a weird mute guy, right? I don't know why. You know what? It's because of the setting, right? If you're playing a happy-go-lucky RPG and your character says nothing, then you're like, oh well, I'm a silent protagonist. If you're playing a horror game and your character says nothing, it kind of feels like you're a weird mute guy.
Yeah.
You know, you're something's odd about him, but that's kind of the feeling I got.
Yeah, I felt that he was fine in Dead Space 1 being mute, but Dead Space 2 was better because he could speak and he was no longer like a robot man.
Okay.
And it as they went on, it is now retroactively strange if he didn't say anything in Dead Space 1.
Mm-hmm. I guess my biggest concerns would be when he's being greeted with like the horror of his ex and shit. Like, how hard are we going there with new dialogue and cutscenes? You know, like, is he having full-on breakdowns to the mental trauma that is, you know?
Well, I don't know if you
him?
remember, but that's all like the ass end of the game. I'm not there yet.
Right. Okay.
They also do a couple things that are like they're not necessary, but they are nice. So in Dead Space 1, there's a extended sequence of like Hammond traps Slasher in an escape pod, right? And it's just a generic slasher in the original game. In this one, they've changed it so that it's the other member of the security team that came with you, and he gets to have dialogue about like, is that still Chen in there? Maybe he's fine. He's not fine, Hammond. He is a monster now. And so on and so forth. Also, big improvement on Kendra Daniels. Remember her character? She was like a fucking asshole to everyone for all of Dead Space 1's runtime. She is no longer. She's cool now.
Wait, is that the final fucking jerk? Final asshole in 1 at the right before the final battle?
Yes.
Yeah, her. She sucked. Fuck her.
Yeah, she's much better now.
Well, I don't want her to be better. She sucks. She deserves everything she got.
No,
but yeah,
I mean,
okay.
Okay, Wooly, when you get to the end of the game and the character that sucked ass the whole game turns out to still suck ass, that's not super effective.
Right, okay. Up until that point has been improved even. Yes, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that's Dead Space 1. It's good. It's really good. I just hope they put out a patch to help the stuttering on the personal computer. I'll be playing more of that and more Hi-Fi Rush this week. Go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. The channel. Go watch it.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when we were talking about the devs' tweets showing off like different weapons and interactions in the game, where they're like, "Hey guys, we're remaking Dead Space. Here's how the Ripper works currently. What do you think? How are the sounds? Does it feel okay?" You know, and like they're actively taking feedback on like the weapon to weapon, just like how it fires and every little bit, which, you know, shares a level of concern for getting the feel right, because, you know, if you go 1-to-1, like there's obviously things where there's room to be improvements above what it was, but you don't want to, like, I don't know, fuck up like an entire like system or ricochet sequence or something. So it shows they cared with those tweets, I guess. So it's like, that's a good sign, I think, if you see somebody kind of going to the public like, hey, we want to make sure every little bit here feels right. Make sure the stomp feels heavy.
The stomp is still good.
Good. All right. Well, again, we got a lot to cover, so let's move into the news. Stuff's going on. We already talked.
News.
Yeah, we talked about Hi-Fi Rush, so that's all good. That's all fine and dandy.
Hi-Fi Rush is killing it out there. Congratulations to everybody at Tango. You did a good job.
Speaking of killing it, Cowboy Bebop creator Shinichirō Watanabe wishes he could have killed it. That is the Netflix live-action adaptation. He was able to stomach one scene before turning it off. And this was a pretty interesting interview, because he then goes on to explain essentially that he's like, well, I guess it can't really be Cowboy Bebop if I'm not there to like make sure that it is, you know? And he said, I guess at that point I realized that If I wasn't involved, it would not be Cowboy Bebop. Although I guess the value of the original anime is somehow far higher now.
So I made fun of this, and I saw folks going, it's actually a really long article that's much more interesting. You should read it instead of just cherry picking this part. And it's like, yeah, I don't care about any of the stuff other than the part that's like the director was like, man, this new thing sucks ass. Because it's vindicating to me looking at it and saying, yeah, it did suck ass, didn't it?
But it was funny to read about the other bits, because like he basically describes where that comes from and how he already was super fucking jaded on Hollywood because he worked on the Animatrix. He was the director of Kid's Story, right? And so his experience working on that was fucking rough, and he basically just goes back to how he'll always remember when he was first working on it that the original producer was totally chill and was like, you know, down to just let him rock and get the story out the way he wanted to, but then that guy had to leave due to family issues, and so a new producer stepped in who he names Spencer Lamb. Like he calls out by name, and he says this dude walked in and became one of the fucking producers that was always trying to get their own credits in, so they kept making requests and they kept making changes for nothing, and also was very adamant that he was the gate to the Wachowskis, and you can't get anything to them without going through him, and he would have to be convinced before the Wachowskis would get to see anything. So he had that whole thing go down, and he basically was just like, it got so bad that at a point he went to LA for recording sessions, and he told the team that if he saw the producer, he was just gonna punch him in the face.
It's on site,
and the producer just didn't show up, which is unheard of. So apparently he's like, fucking the Animatrix just boiled him over with this entire concept. So Watanabe, you know, was upset there. And then it also just went on to point out something that I don't think I knew this, but fun little trivia about directors and adaptations. Akira Toriyama felt that Dragon Ball Evolution was such a disaster to the damage to his legacy. That's what convinced him to come and produce Dragon Ball Super.
Great.
If not for that fucking train wreck of a movie, he wouldn't have felt the need to make sure the Dragon Ball Super was actually guided by him. Holy shit, man.
Then why'd he sign off the rights to it?
I mean, I think from the jump there would have been a like, yeah, sure, pass it. Like, you know, Boruto, pass it off. Let someone else go, whatever, you're out of it. But at the very least, it seems for the whatever role he's playing in it initially, he wanted to make sure that it didn't get Dragon Ball Evolutioned. So that's hilarious. Yep. Not surprised to hear that from Watanabe, all things considered, but he just came out and said it.
Unbelievable. Whoops, sorry about that. Hey, how about don't make shit that sucks? I think the important part of every creator's work should be the part where they make the thing and then they look at the thing and they go, is this fucking trash? And if it is, they just pick it up.
See, the
and
problem,
put it in the trash and then light it on fire.
And that's the easiest part, is making sure it doesn't suck, right? That's what.
No, the easiest part is going, is this garbage, and then going, yeah, and then burning it, because it only takes like a couple hand motions.
But what if you've already spent $30 million?
Then I guess you should have done a better job.
I mean, look, I have to say, I still respect that Batgirl story. Like, it's kind of wild to come that far and just be like,
yeah, apparently that was decent though, and they just destroyed it for taxes. That's different.
Is it? It wasn't just they didn't just look back.
Had Michael Keaton in it as Batman.
Yeah, but that the Batman
I like
Beyond,
Michael Keaton.
but the Batman Beyond project is the real pain, right?
Yeah.
But no, I it
No,
was
the real problem is that a lot of good artists will look at something that they made that's really good and go, "This is terrible." But true hackness requires that you think that everything you make is baller.
I that sucks. I hate that it was for taxes. I thought they just stood back and looked at what happened and went, nah. I thought they
No, it's
rubbed
part
their
of
eyes and looked
HBO
at
just
it.
killing everything for taxes.
Well, anyway.
Finger thing means taxes. And I'm doing the finger thing.
Um.
Oh, I forgot to talk about something. Shit.
Oh.
I played a lot more Marvel Snap.
Oh.
I like a lot more. Like every single daily mission and every single weekly challenge, a lot more. First of all, boy, it's really, and I mean really easy to max the fuck out of that monthly pass. It is trivial. I have done it in 10 days. Now, granted, that's because there's like 3 weeks of weeklies that stayed, but like it is super fucking easy. Second of all, man, it's really good.
Yep.
Like I am making and changing my deck like from scratch in many cases, like every 5 to 10.
They got you.
The deck size being 12 and only requiring 1 card means that it's easy to keep the whole deck in your head the whole time. So I'll play 10 games and I'll be like, do I really want Angela on this roster when I'm actually running Devil Dinosaur? No, I want high-end cards that I can't play so that when Devil Dinosaur comes out, he gets all the bonuses. No, that's too many high cards.
So I forgot last week when you were talking about it. Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur are from that the trailer to the new show.
Out.
I saw that trailer before and I thought it was pretty cool, actually. And I completely didn't piece the name to what it was. But yeah, I did actually know about that. Have you I don't know, have you found any like characters you care about?
Yes, I have, actually.
Okay.
Carnage is a card you get in Pool 1 automatically, and Carnage is the centerpiece of almost every destroy deck in the entire game because Carnage eats every card next to him that you put him down to get stronger. And I've been building decks around Carnage over and over and over. And once I finally unlock the way I have a much better understanding of how the card system actually works now in terms of earning cards. You get like a full deck plus some change by doing the tutorial, right? Then for the next, I want to say 200 levels, every single time you get a card, you're getting them all from Pool 1, which is so that there's a cohesive list of Tier 1 cards that you can make builds out of. Then from level 280 to 485, I want to say, you're earning various rewards as well as the Pool 2 decks. It's not as many, it's like 75 instead of 200, but by the end of it, you'll have all of Pool 2, right? And then after that, you're earning Pool 3 generally, and maybe if you get really, really lucky, you'll get Pool 4, and these are increasing strengths, right? So by the time you get to level 480, which is really fast, I've been playing for 10 days, and I'm level 385, I think. You will have all of Pool 1, all of Pool 2, and some of Pool 3. Maybe 4 or 5 if you bought the Battle Pass. So there's a lot of cards that you really want. That like for example, Venom plays well with Carnage, apparently. Shocking, I know, but those cards have synergistic properties, right?
Cool.
So Venom is it's a Pool 3 or Pool 4 card. Regardless, it's not. It's a fucking card that I'm not gonna have guaranteed access to ever. So what they do is that once you have unlocked all the guaranteed cards, you then unlock what's a token shop, and then you are earning tokens in order to buy a card that you just want. Every 8 hours, they'll rotate a card that is otherwise extraordinarily rare, and that you will save up and use tokens to purchase. Oh, I really want a Venom for my deck. I'll wait till Venom goes on sale. I'll grab it. This does create the situation in which, hey, Venom's for sale right now in the token shop, but I don't have the fucking tokens for it, and he's gonna rotate out in 2.5 hours. They allow you to pin it. They go, if you desperately want this one, you can pin it, and it will stop rotating, and it will just sit there until you get it. And that's how you mitigate
But you
the
can do one at a
randomness
time.
of pulling out like random draws and not getting the one that you want.
Well, that's a nice thing to do.
Venom isn't worth
your
a token
whales.
buy? Ah, no. But I like Venom. Venom is one of the only characters in this stupid game I actually like.
I mean, a lot of this, I guess I have to remember, is predicated on like the core game is fun, and you want to, you're incentivized to do that stuff. But if you have a deck that is successful and currently doing really well, how incentivized are you to keep changing it? Because for me in Teppen, I have my deck, I build it out, and I then see how it works, and then like I will continue to win with it until I encounter something that crushes me. Like basically, I play until I get annihilated by something I don't understand, and then I go and like figure out what that was, and see if I'm like, oh, is there something about that that's interesting? But for the most part, I'll settle on a final state for a given, period until they
I have an answer for you.
The season out.
I have a definitive answer for you, and that is the 3 lanes, the locations that change effects. They'll be like, cards placed here getting 5 power, or if there's more than one card on this location, they all die. Those change based on the theme of the season. So, like, for example, the theme is Savage Land right now. Savage Land has a rickety bridge location that shows up sometimes. That is if there is more than one card on this whole location, it will just fucking die. All of them. Like if you have your enemy has a really strong card and you place any garbage on that location, they'll both just fucking die. Right. Which makes cards like Colossus, which can't die, or Wolverine, who when he dies he goes to another location, or the armor card that makes it so people can't die at a location, have way more valuable because Rickety Bridge is in rotation.
Right, okay, but when you're saying like you've gone 10 days in and you've been switching it up a bit, I guess like you're still
trying like it.
Yeah. You're still
I'm primarily playing a Zoo deck and a Carnage deck.
Okay. Do you as a player in games like this tend to settle? Or do you tend to keep shuffling?
My tendency is that when I get a new card that I go, oh cool, I want to see what I can actually do with it. Right?
Okay.
So I was playing. So you remember I actually talked mad shit about Multiple Man last week because I was like, I don't know who the fuck Multiple Man is.
You were talking. Did you? I don't remember you.
Yes,
bringing up
I did
Multiple
talk
Man.
shit about Multiple Man
Because
I talked.
Really? Because I would have told you about all the crazy shit that happens to Multiple Man. That dude goes through some fucking trauma. It's wild.
Regardless, I talked shit about Multiple Man, and I was like, I don't give a fuck about Multiple Man. Then I played somebody.
He's got the worst.
Who played as Multiple Man.
No-jutsu. Anyway,
I played a guy with a Multiple Man deck, and the Multiple Man deck works like the method of it is that if you move Multiple Man, he leaves himself behind, so you're doubling his value, right? So I fight a guy who has who had Iron Fist, and Iron Fist kicks cards over to the left
Okay.
So doubled multiple man, and then he finished off with Heimdall, which moves every card over to the left, which meant that the 2 multiple mans that were already there moved over again and doubled multiple man again in both locations. And then he threw like a blue marvel down to increase the value of every card on the board, which was now full of multiple man and 1. And I'm like, oh, that seems like a really cool way to play.
That's how you use it. Right, right.
And I go, okay, I'll try and go make a multiple man deck. And I suck fucking shit with multiple man, but I tried.
Right.
I think I probably need cards that move him around more.
I'll do that to figure out how to beat something that looks ridiculous that shows up. You know, sometimes there'll be someone plays like a super card or something, and it'll be like, I don't understand what's happening. Like, there's one super card that showed up that like it shuffles to, it's a super strong card, and every time you play a new one down on your lane, that thing will move to whatever the latest played card was, and weird shit like that where you're like, okay, I gotta go read the rules and learn what's going on there, but I don't always necessarily want to build a deck around them. I'm pretty sure I already talked on the podcast, or I told you about the multiple man story. Where he can split into multiple people, obviously, and they at one point go off and live their own unique lives from each other.
I'm pretty sure you're just talking about Naruto.
And
Are you sure you're not just talking about Naruto?
It is a Kagebunshin no Jutsu, down to the point where like you bring all the knowledge back, right? And that way you can cheat your XP. Yeah. And so one of them goes off and gets married and falls in love and has a child. And then when the baby is born and the mother holds it, he hands it to multiple man, and then the baby just merges into him because it's not a real baby, because he is multiple man.
Because it's just a multiple man.
It's just a multiple man. And
yeah, I remember you telling me this, actually. Yeah. That's fucked up.
It's super
Why would
fucked
Naruto
up.
do this?
It's fucked. It's beyond fucked. Yeah, and they're like, oh, okay, that's multiple man. Yeah, okay, that's what he's going through. Yeah, Kagebunshin no baby, absolutely.
I do have a massive problem with Marvel Snap that I'm very upset by.
The Snap system?
No, the Snap system rules. So you get variants for your cards as rewards occasionally, or they show up on the store. And they're primarily what you're going to use your real money dollars to purchase, which is, hey, I would like a different art for my Squirrel Girl, for example, or my Nightcrawler, for example, which I bought. And you'll get, part of the season pass, you'll get like mystery variant, which means it'll give you a variant for one of your existing characters. At some point in the game's life cycle, they added pixel art versions of the characters. That looks
I saw some of those.
They look like they're from a Nintendo game.
Yeah, you mentioned them.
And they are all fucking garbage. And every single fucking variant I got from the season pass was a piece of shit pixel art pile of shit.
So I saw
they were added to fucking dilute the fucking like pool into trash.
So I saw a couple of these, and I didn't like them because
they're ugly.
They're not. They're proportionally. They're doing not full on like Chibi style or like Pocket Fighter style proportions. They're doing pseudo SD. So the normal body proportion is there, but then the heads are just 150 to 200% bigger than they should be. And in the end, you just get that really weird, like, oh, you're going for again, a cutesy SD style thing, but not to completion. And it's weird. It's a half step. I never liked that whenever I saw attempts at that. It kind of reminds me of the Pocket Fighter remake in 3D. And a couple other things where like Western, like SD attempts were just like not getting those proportions right. I don't know. Yeah. They could have been like even more simple and basic. They could have been like 8-bit. They could have been full on like, MVC style sprite art.
Yeah.
Some of them, like I'm looking at like the Captain Marvel one. That one looks pretty cool because it's like no outlines, kind of Hyperlight Drifter style.
Mm-hmm.
But most of
Oh, so
these
I went and
are
so did I talk about splitting cards at Infinity last time?
I don't think so.
So the way that you continue to level up into your progression is to level up your cards, right? You go from
Oh yeah,
normal
yes.
to
You talked about like the shiny and increasing their aesthetic value and
right.
stuff.
So
Yeah.
they go normal, frame break, 3D, animated, shiny logo, and then infinity, which gives them a nice animated border around that's all fancy and sparkly. What I did not know was because in my head I'm like, oh, doesn't that mean there's like a end cap of levels you can possibly get? Because like say you got every card and or you got all the cards you could get and then you just leveled all of them up and that's it.
Hmm.
They've made it so that you then split the card, and splitting the card creates some kind of new aesthetic effect on it and starts that card off from zero. So you actually get a new card,
Mm-hmm.
and the new card will have hologram or foil or a particle effect or be in black and white like an ink card or some variation, and that's how it continues to progress.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was insane about my Carnage card, I could just keep leveling that one card up forever
And
and
get
get
all three
increasingly rare
versions of it. Yeah. Okay.
and end up with like a ink black and white Carnage with Kirby style crackle particle effects all
Hey,
over it.
as long as it's just aesthetics, do whatever you want.
Yeah, there's
Don't.
no difference in any power at all between how a card looks. It's just literally looking at somebody going, I really like this card a lot.
Venomized Killmonger with the symbiote. That's pretty cool.
I also spent some time with the PC version. I've been playing almost entirely on my phone with the early access version. Um, it works. It's a vertical screen. It's kind of silly that it's a vertical screen, and the inbox doesn't work on it.
Yeah, you mentioned it was just an emulated version of
Yeah,
the app.
but I realized something about it. It's an emulated screen so that you can fucking have it take up 1/3 of your desktop and you can browse fucking Twitter or
Play in the
Instagram
background.
or TikTok on the
Smart.
other for when you're waiting on the other guy's turn.
Smart.
That seems to be the actual intention.
That's a pretty good idea, actually. I wouldn't mind games that were like, "Hey,
Like
we know it's okay."
well, because you play your card and then you can be waiting on your turn for up to a minute,
Hmm.
right? And uh, I blew like an hour last night just reading shit on Twitter, and just being like, oh, Carnage, Squirrel Girl, there you go.
Hey, Scroll Girl.
Yeah,
Cool.
I really like the Squirrel Girl card, so I bought a variant for Squirrel Girl, which improves on the art, and I'm very happy.
Yeah.
The Squirrel Girl card is a 1 power card that floods the other locations with squirrels.
Nice. Yeah, Squirrel Girl is great. I also I don't pay enough attention, so I've been getting the impression that kind of like Gwen, it seems as if people who are like really in the following Marvel are kind of like the Squirrel Girl meme is overplayed, but I'm remembering like 10 years ago when it was just like, "Oh, that's fun. Why is she so good?" That's crazy. But like yeah, I've seen some increasing eye roll energy in regards to like characters getting too much play. With
Yeah,
the
it's
with
they
the
say they will
Thanos
be
bit.
they say they will be have a full landscape view on PC, but I'm not sure if that's even what people want.
Okay. Um, I've drank my 2 liters of water today, so I got to use the bathroom again.
Okay. Enjoy your piss. Enjoy it. I've been waiting here the whole time, wondering
We're back.
when you were gonna get back. When
We're
in
back.
fact I was the one who had my camera off, just waiting for. Well, I wonder when he's gonna get back. That's my bad. I didn't even leave. I just sat here the whole time.
I need that the camera off on is confirmation, as is a mute button or anything else like that.
Oops.
All right. Okay. Well, okay. Here's what's going on. Let's get to it because there's a couple things, and then gotta go. But one, no confirmation yet, but a rumor has started circulating from some folks that they're going to announce the shutdown of Rumbleverse at the end of February.
I saw this, it's a rumor originating from one guy
who types for Inside Gaming, I believe, or something to that effect. I'm trying to see if there's anything more substantial than one guy from
it is apparently just some guy who's like they're gonna start delisting it today.
Okay, but
and somebody asked what his source is, and he says me.
But to be fair, one guy with a lot of followers.
Yeah,
so
that's
who
true.
knows?
Who knows?
It's one guy, but the one guy has a lot of followers.
If Rumbleverse is in fact about to be shut down, that is a bummer.
Humongous.
But simultaneously, I can't make too much noise because I also have stopped playing it completely.
I stepped away for a bit, but I was definitely, checking out the new season of stuff, and like when I was talking about all those new things. There's new stuff that's come out and such, but it feels like these kind of like live service free games are on a much stricter time limit because this or Gundam Evolution and,
Hey, where's the money?
Cash, man. That's it. And Rumbleverse got my money. I bought cosmetics in that game. Like, I definitely collected.
The ugliest cosmetics that have ever existed.
Meaning they've never been more necessary.
I don't think that is a plan that is good.
It worked for me. The character I bought and dressed up was one that didn't bother me to the most of my of the art style's ability. I mitigated the damage via cosmetics.
I think cosmetics work better and people are happier about buying them when they are improving the thing that they like instead of unbadding the thing that they don't like.
Absolutely. But that being said, my willingness to spend for that purpose was high, and thus I did purchase them.
I want unbatting. That's a terrible phrase.
Because guess what? A suit and a fucking baseball helmet that match colors that go together mean you don't have to look at the character underneath, and that's great.
But you have to look at everybody else's hideous fucking beast.
You do have to look at everyone else, and most people are content to just run around naked.
Like when I would have played the Fortnite, it's like, oh cool, I shot Superman, cool.
Yeah.
And in Fortnite, it's like, hey, cool, I wrestled some freak.
Mm-hmm. Hey, it's naked Peter Griffin or
good
naked Twig guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's anyway. It's I certainly hope that's not real though. I hope this is just rumors because that game is still tons of fun and certainly deserves a bit better than that. It would definitely though make me wonder about like not just live service free to play, but like live service free to play battle royale. Is that something where, like Fortnite is Fortnite, is anything else gonna be relevant in that space anytime soon, or are we moving away from that? Are we looking at a case where you have the throne leader, you've got the runner up, right, and then there's room for the third alternative, and then nothing else? The lawbreakers discussion. You got your Fortnite, you got your Apex, And then I guess Call of Duty. A lot of people talk about
Yeah, the Call of Duty.
you know, the COD.
Call of Duty. Yeah, the COD
COD
blops,
Royale.
even though it's not blops anymore.
COD Royale. So
Yeah.
that's it. Warzone comes in.
People like to shoot guns.
Mm-hmm. I don't know that there's going to be, room for the third. And, of course, I wish we had a number we could put on the art style to like how much did it actively, like how many people turned away based on
You
that?
know what? What
Right?
really bugs me a lot? So Hi-Fi Rush came
I was
out,
about
and
to say, how many people turned in to Hi-Fi Rush
that's all I
on
was gonna say.
the 5-second mark? How many people saw Hi-Fi Rush and went, holy fuck, look at this thing?
Yeah, so Hi-Fi Rush is another one of the games where if you go and look at Xbox reviews, they're like, what is this cartoon shit?
Oh my god, I can't deal
Right?
with that.
And
Okay, I'm
so
not ready for that.
You want so here's the path my brain went on, right? I'm like, they should have like a normal person come in and tell you if your shit looks like trash. And then I'm like, oh no, wait, normal people said Wind Waker looked like garbage.
Oh,
And
yeah, we were just
Okami
talking
looked like
about this.
trash, and Hi-Fi Rush is cartoon shit for babies. Because video games are primarily played by young men, and young men want to be they don't want to look like they're playing a child's game, and they're insecure.
GameFAQs top 10 most serious games. Serious Sam, not that serious.
Ironically enough.
I mean, yeah, I was just talking about how I am never going to forget nor let them live down the era that was, we saw Ocarina of Time, we saw the Space World demo in 2001, and then Wind Waker was revealed, and everyone got their fucking britches twisted up and got super upset because the art style was exactly animated, cartoony, the cell shading, none of that was serious dark hero Link cutting Ganon's heads off. And that's fucking, god damn it, Nintendo, when are you gonna stop with the kiddie games? Enough of this Hey Arnold bullshit. One of the best fucking like such a fucking good classic. But that anger at the Wind Waker reveal, I just remember looking around at the fire that was the industry at that point, being like, who am I surrounded by? And to be fair,
this shit's for babies, Wooly.
To be
this
fair,
shit's for babies.
But that's the problem. If it was, it is for babies, right? But those babies want to act like adults. If it was for babies and everyone was like, yeah, that's for babies, then no one would care about a cartoon art style, bright colors, or something like that looks like it has a cel shaded art style. Like it wouldn't be an issue. Or goofy character designs.
Once you're an adult, you're more secure in your adulthood, and you're like, I will play with the child's toys. I will play with the spaceman doll. Give me my Funko Pop.
Yeah. Sure, but just it is for babies, but these babies are acting like if it doesn't have a fucking Mortal Kombat X-ray headshot in it, I don't want to play it. Fuck that. And that was the mark of quality at the time. It was a real stupid fucking time when everything needed to be edged up. When God damn it. What the fuck was that game? Jet Force Gemini had to make its characters more adult and more edge and more gun fucking because the original version they were making was for fucking poo babbies, right? Like all of that shit. I'm still so fucking... I remember it like it was yesterday because it was the most annoying thing ever. And the kids you went to school with were on that train as well. Where it's just like, nah, man, the blood,
I remember
Shadow the Hedgehog.
This is a very, very slight jump to the side. But do you remember, God, what was his name? Was his name PlayStation Sam?
No.
He was a guy, you introduced him to me.
Yes. PlayStation Sam. Yeah.
So
I
we
mean,
were in college.
Yeah, it was Sam.
And
but
this
yeah.
dude was like, had
Yeah.
Sony fucking gripping his balls like they owned him. And I remember talking to him about some game. He's like, "Yeah, man, that's trash. Everything. It's just a PlayStation, man." And I'm like, "I'm an adult." Like, I was like 19, and I'm like, "I'm an adult. I don't have time for this anymore."
Like, no, he was the type that. Oh boy, are we back?
Oh, I think we're dead. I think we're dead in the. Oh, are we back?
We're back.
Oh,
we're back. Yes, we're back. Okay, we had a little weird hiccup there. He was the type that I remember the moment where there was a game that was it was originally, I think, Xbox only, and that it got ported later, and he's like, he didn't give a fuck about the game as an exclusive elsewhere, and then when it later got ported, he was like, actually, this game looks like it might be pretty cool, especially now that it's no. Wait, let me finish. This game looks like it might actually be kind of interesting, especially now that its true potential can be unlocked by the power of the Sony PlayStation.
I remember. It's like, come on.
Unironically. Now that its true power can be unlocked.
So, like, come on.
Like, yeah, that, but the thing is,
you're arguing about your toys like children.
Yeah.
They're
but
toys.
You also never met the guy that we worked with in QA who fucking had his PlayStation buttons on his bag and flew off the handle one time when a phone ring, because every time someone talked about Nintendo, he would act indignant and just like go, oh,
you offended that it even came up.
Exactly, right.
But I never met that guy, but I met guys like him, and it's just like
and that guy in particular was a fucking treasure, because someone's phone rang in the office and it went da 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 da, and he's like, can whoever's got the fucking stupid baby Nintendo ringtone turn that shit off already? And everyone's like, Pog, Mr. Sony Man himself, the PlayStation champ, just
in the
went,
year
what?
2005, right?
You just said what? Oh, man. Amazing. It was a good day. Yeah, so that type of shit, we're past that. It's over now, but here we are.
Human beings demand religion, and when current gods are not enough for them, they will grab brand or sports team as new altar to worship. It is upsetting.
Okay, you forgot to talk about Marvel Snap. I forgot to talk about Hades. Because
is this new brand to worship?
You said gods, and that reminded me that I beat Hades.
Hey.
So I got through the my run finally.
You punched Dad in the face.
And there we go. And now the game begins. So I got my Pact of Punishment, I got my heats going, I got all that stuff. God, it just, I mean, I'm so happy that like the ending of that initial run is such a fucking great payoff and an emotional, like, nice little brings it together, and then goes, okay, here's I know that canonically we're going to have reasons to make this game a fucking loop endless runner, new game plus it, keep it going. But why is that going to actually happen in plot? This is what I want.
The reason's really good.
Fantastic. Like the best reasons to run the game back again and again and again. I don't know that I can think of a better reason to replay.
It's tough. Like, usually they're just like, it's a time loop or some bullshit.
Whatever, right? Or you don't. You just hit credits and go start again. You don't even have to explain the reason to go back through the game for any at all. This is probably the best one. So, yeah. Anyway, that's pretty much the most notable thing, and I'll have more to say once I actually really get to the meat of it. Anyway, let's. I feel like the internet's like falling apart here. What else is going on?
Hey, I have quick breaking news that I want to break down. I know it's FF14 stuff, but I think you'll find it interesting.
Okay.
So the last time around, they put out what was called an ultimate raid. It was called Dragon Song Requiem, and there was some shenanigans because people were running their VODs, and they were running their attempts on Twitch, and people scoped it out and were like, "Hey, man, why do you have a bunch of modded bullshit all over your screen?" And a lot of those people got banned as a direct result.
Okay.
They were using
Continue
unauthorized modifications, which is technically cheating. Well, last week they had Omega come out. It's acronymized TOP, and people have been running against it all week. And this time around, earlier today, a Japanese team has cleared it. They posted a screenshot of like, look, we did it. We beat Top. We did it. We did a great job. And there is now like a hilarious response to that because the Japanese side of FF14 is like much more stringent culturally about modding the game and cheating. It's very much like, we play the game for real and the Westerners all cheat kind of thing. But some guy just shitpost quote tweeted it with like, "Hey, how come there's no VOD for this? How come there's no video proof? It's just the screenshot of you having beat the encounter. What's up with that?" At which point, someone leaked out the VOD. It's an unlisted VOD. I think it's on YouTube. Of, hey, look, here's them beating it, along with a bunch of ACT callouts and the mod that lets you see where your hitbox pixel is on the floor, and all sorts of cheating bullshit all over it.
I see. Okay.
And it's this thing where world first, everybody's crazy about it, and everybody wants to be world first, and it's constantly tainted by cheating.
Do you get anything for being first?
Yeah. I was first.
Clout? Okay. All
yes.
Right. Cool.
Also, I don't know, and also the world first race is generally done for charity.
Okay.
So the sick children or some shit get something. But it's because I was first. So this
do people remember the names of the first person to clear
the people who care about that stuff? Absolutely.
Really? Okay.
Absolutely. Yes. But just every time around there's more cheating. And you remember a little while ago I said, "Hey man, the game's like insanely fucked up with latency right now."
Mm-hmm.
That was them trying to introduce new network things that people assume was to mitigate some of this cheating, but they had to roll it back because it fucked up the rest of the game.
Why do I get
so it'll be interesting to see who the real world first is.
Will it? I mean, I get the feeling that like this is the type of bit where like there will be people who, hey, the way you know that they were the first person to clear 4.2 was because they have it in their name. Their name says first clearer of.
No, it's more informal than that.
Okay.
The usual way is that they're literally live broadcasting it, and then they have it. There have been a times in which it comes down to a matter of minutes. Like I forget one. There was one a little while ago where they went to sleep for 2 hours, and in the 2 hours they were asleep, another team did it, and then when they woke up, they did it.
Oh, that's great. Nice. How dare you fucking take a nap?
Yeah, no, I mean the world first races for new content. Like that's not solely limited to MMOs. It's a form of like raw speedrunning. And the fact, like, now it's like double tainted, because now that the video of them beating the fight is out, even with cheating, now people can use that video to see the rest of the fight and see how it works. So the whole thing is fucked. Hooray. Who cares? This is for the sub 1%, and they're all climbing all over each other and cheating. It's a lot like sports.
Yeah, I was trying to find a way to, like, phrase it where it's like you're describing, like, a niche corner of a thing that, I mean, again, it's clout driven, so, like, if you're in it, it's your world, but, like, it's just, you have to get past all these layers of being into the thing to begin with and enjoying it in all these different ways that you get to that one. You know?
To which I say, I mean, who cares about fucking French cycling or the Olympics? Fucking no one. But they all cheat like crazy too. For some reason, people are obsessed with being number one.
I mean, there was that, what was it? I think it was like a video of people doing high jump. And I was like, oh, high jump is, I remember I was watching high jump in college, and I was like,
fun.
It looks cool. I like pole vaulting and high jump just because of the aesthetic of the body soaring over the line, and, like, you have to kick up at the last second. It's just something very graceful about it that looks really dope. And I saw this video of, like, these two dudes that, like, cleared a really, really high, like a super high possibility, a super high, like, rung, and then couldn't get any further than that. And so they just agreed to split gold. And so they're just like, can that actually happen? And they're like, well, it's a technicality, but yeah, we can award 2 gold medals. And so they went, fuck it. All right. Well, they just did it that way. And I was like, oh, that's interesting that you can actually do that, you know? But anyway, I don't know. The point is, I guess, is just from the outside, I can be like, I get that. That's a thing.
To answer your earlier question, Wooly, about does anybody remember who
did the clears?
Who did world first clears? Mm-hmm. Who won Street Fighter V Evo last year?
That was, I forget.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But they sure cared.
IDOM? Yeah, okay. There you go. True. It depends on what your focus is, right? If you're still into 5, certainly. You know? But yeah, all right. Speaking of fighting games, just a quick heads up. Samurai Showdown is getting its rollback on February 10th if you care to check it out.
I'll care to check it out on February 10th is when I'll care to check that game out.
There you go.
Those games are all going to be filled with vicious freaks that all got good on delay.
Yeah. Oh, item got second. Okay, yeah, all right. There you go. Fair enough. Item was second. Kawano. That's dropping, so it's nice to finally know that it's happening. There is a beta taking place, so it's not just going to be the full rollout, so it's going to be a week of, hey, making sure it actually works, community beta. So yeah, just, I know that this is for the few, but as a fucking super good ass game that I really like, I just, heads up that you will be able to play it online in a good state.
Hopefully. But SNK's other rollback with 15 has been good, right?
With 15, no. There has been issues.
Great!
There has been issues. It is
fucking great!
Yeah. The older games that are running on emulators, essentially, are easier to implement rollback on. The later stuff, not as much. So
glad all those blood dollars are going to the right place.
I mean, Guilty Gear's figuring it out, so fingers crossed. But no, people that play KOF 15 have been not happy with the matchmaking for a while now. Granblue Relink got a second trailer.
It's the action game, right?
That's the action game. That's the one where Platinum's name was scraped off of it.
Yep.
And
get out of here, Platinum.
It's. I mean, it looked like a pretty good game before then. Looks like it's still gonna be pretty fun.
I'm interested to find out who is Gran and who is Blue by playing this game.
Well, Gran is that kid, but
got it. I did it.
Blue is still a mystery.
Got it.
That being said, there's a bunch of the characters that are like, oh look, it's those fighting game characters, since that's the way I was introduced to them. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I legitimately, though, it's like, okay, I don't know that we'll ever find out exactly what the fuck went wrong with Cygames and Platinum or whatever. Nor will we ever know, like, how much work they did and whether or not that still exists or doesn't. But it seems like what they're doing is Platinum-esque in the footage, you know?
Yeah.
It's just weird to be like, well, they're not involved anymore, but I guess they kept the bones of whatever was there, / they are other people that are not them can make action games too. It doesn't have to necessarily be like, oh, only they know how to do an air combo, you know?
Hey, Wooly. Now that we have Tango Gameworks making something like Hi-Fi Rush, and then we just had Bayonetta 3, and the last really great Platinum game was Nier, but that was also co-done with Square Enix. Do we need Platinum anymore?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Don't be ridiculous. They can still make great fucking video games. When they work on shit like Wonderful 101, which is like an amazing game.
That game came out in 2013.
It's still an amazing game. Yes, there should be studios that make great video games. Like, at the end of the day, I much prefer them to the studios.
Astral Chain was pretty good. Yeah.
Studios that have made great video games and then have made not great ones are still, I'd rather that than the ones that have never made anything that's great. So, like, what the fuck? Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, absolutely. They made Metal Gear Rising. They made Nier Automata. They made a bunch.
Konami made Metal Gear Rising.
Sure. Them and Square made Nier Automata. But at the end of the day, it's a quality company that made some fucking amazing action games, and they absolutely need to continue existing. You know? You get some flubs, but there's how many studios are there that are just like, oh, there's nothing of quality when you look over this resume, you know? I'm glad that, like, for example, Senua's Sacrifice turned out to be really good, because up until that point, you're like, woof, Hellblade? Is that what we're talking about? The other one with Andy Serkis?
That describes like 10 different things, actually.
Enchained?
Unchained? Enslaved?
Enslaved. Right?
God, why was that so difficult?
Yeah. No. So, fuck no.
I can understand your knee-jerk reaction, but like I'm playing Hi-Fi Rush for $30 that stealth dropped, instead of waiting 8 years for Bayonetta 3, which cost me $90, which I'm very disappointed by.
Yeah, that sucked. It sucked that turned out that way. Hi-Fi Rush is fucking incredible. You know what else, though? Again, Astral Chain was pretty good. There's good games. Mm-hmm. It doesn't have to, we don't have to be all or nothing. The world can be, and it doesn't have to be a binary switch of off, on. Platinum, off. Never should have existed.
Like, I didn't say that at all.
No. Do we need them anymore? It's like, yeah, if they can still make great games like they used to, somewhere in there, then I'd love to see them. Absolutely. The capability versus...
I would actually really love to see that also. I do not have a lot of faith in them right now. like playing through Hi-Fi Rush, I went back through the Platinum catalog, and like it has been a fucking coin flip since 2013, unless somebody else is helping them make the game, including stuff like Babylon's fucking Fall.
Right. The King's Chef is on a bad streak for the last couple months, we don't have to cut the head off. There might still be a good meal in there if we can you know, give it a sec. Yeah. But the fact that this can come out of nowhere, unannounced, and just leave the fucking impact that it has, at least to us, is awesome, because it's like new talent, new thing to look at, and new people to follow, new thing to care about. You know me, I'm a fan of new thing. Love letting that have a chance to flourish. So, you know, and like, if the discussion soon becomes, should Tango get the rights to this, or Tango get, it's like, no, let them do their thing. Let them make whatever the fuck they want. And if it's an original cool idea.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm just talking about like the hypothetical, like if we go to a place where it's like, should Tango replace Platinum as a, like, now they can make the franchises I love into action games or something like that, you know?
No, I'm actually in the reverse. I think Platinum should give up and only make the other franchises I like into action games.
That has been where they've shined the most recently. I don't even disagree with that, but it is true that when they come out and say we can't make money on things that are not our own IPs in the long term, I believe them, right? If Inaba's like, yeah, the money's not there on the contracts, unfortunately, we need our own IPs for long-term survivability. It's like, yeah, then, you know, I don't have a reason to think that's a lie. If Bayonetta was a super successful franchise that, like, you know, well, I mean, it is, but the I guess there's a difference between the critical acclaim versus, like, how it actually performs. But things like Bayo need to exist for them to continue to be, like, strong enough to weather the storm of games like Bayo 3. You know. Anyway, we're getting lost in the weeds here.
I don't know, man. I just, like, I look at, like, I'm looking at this massive list of, like, fucking Bayo 3, Babylon's Fall, Soul, Cresta, World of Demons. The 101 remaster is not a good remaster.
World of Demons is good.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. Star Fox. Transformers was good.
Yeah.
Transformers was way better than Korra, which came out right before.
Yeah, and, you know, I didn't even, like, hate Korra. I didn't mind it, you know? Transformers was good. Korra had more going on, but Korra was still like, that was all right, you know?
You know what? I have to say, I'm trying to examine my own head here. I think a, like, enormous proportion of my frustration here is actually not related to Bayo. It's related to Wonderful 101's a really good game, except for the part that I hate every single thing about it that has to do with the Wii U, and wish it was like a more normal game that controlled like a normal game.
The port?
Like, I can't stand the drawing crap that was, so you could draw on the screen and all that double screen shit that was so awkward.
Switch port.
That doesn't change any of the things that I'm talking about.
Sure, but it does, like, allow you to draw. I don't draw the circle. I use the thumb pad to
yeah,
do the...
Same here. And it doesn't work as well as drawing on it because it was built for drawing on it. And I'm, like, frustrated. I'm like, just make it.
I mean,
like,
I was still able to enjoy my experience, like, overall.
Oh, absolutely. But, like, I'm like, it's not the slam dunk for me that it was for many others.
I think if you go, like, I think to get to the point of, like, does X studio need to exist anymore? Like, there needs to be a wild series of just, like, does Quantic Dream need to exist anymore? This is a relevant question.
But that's
like,
not what I said either. I said, do we need Platinum anymore?
Oh, well, I mean, as much as I ever did, which is, hey, a cool game existing is a positive. and that's it. Like I don't know. Like I don't take it. Maybe it's just there's a different vibe, but I'm just like, yeah, I hope for good things to come from them, and when they make things that suck, that fucking sucks. But if they occasionally do make something good, I will be glad that will have existed, is how I look at it. I don't know. Anyway, I'm getting confused. I'm getting lost here.
Platinum should get back to making good games every time, like they used to.
Can't disagree with that. Like, you know, there's there's a bunch of old amazing treasure games back in the day, and you know, from Genesis all the way forward through to Sega Saturn and stuff like that, and you know, and then eventually that kind of stopped being a thing, but people who worked on those games and stuff, or every once in a while they'd be like, oh, here comes Sin and Punishment. Where the fuck did that come from? I don't know, but holy shit, right? Or even this guy that worked with them and worked on G-Rev and is making the new shmup that, you know, that designed Ikaruga. It's kind of like, well, I don't know how many times in my life I'm going to hear from this talented group of people, but whenever it pops up, I'm going to raise an eyebrow and be like, yo, what you working on over there? You know? Because usually it's pretty good, but we might not hear from you for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a couple companies that are kind of like that, where they just kind of sit in the cut, and then every once in a while you're like, oh shit, here's the latest, but then they're back to the shadows.
I think somebody in the chat has intelligently rephrased what I've said to be a better question, but also kind of strange. Do we need to give Platinum the benefit of the doubt? And ironically, do we need to assume that everything they will make will be gold? Because I do remember that very specific time.
No, and we've already had that conversation many times now. In fact, I think we had the best version of it with Susie, but like, we've gone over this. It is no longer a time where you can be like, yo, Platinum, it's like, no, they've made some shit that fucking stunk. And I think there was a coming to terms when Babylon's Fall, like after we found out when the dust settled, that it was like, no, that was their fuck up as well. That wasn't necessarily a Square thing, but there was an initial point of like, is it a production thing? And it's like, no, this was dev, right? So yeah, we've definitely hit that point, and I think we've acknowledged that.
I should mention, by the way, the reason why this comparison to Hi-Fi Rush is not just because of like the timing of Bayo to Hi-Fi. It's because the people who made Hi-Fi Rush used to work at Platinum Games.
Mm-hmm.
That is weirdly enough also Platinum Games.
Mm-hmm.
And people have pointed out that Ghostwire and Evil Within 1 are also pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
I feel bad for them having to make Evil Within 1. Did you see interviews with Mikami talking about why he made it? He gave really blunt interviews in which they're like, why'd you decide to make another Resident Evil type game? And he says, yeah, because Bethesda told me I could make my own weird thing, and then when they hired me and the contract was done, they told me to make a Resident Evil game.
Okay. Yeah.
And like it was really strange to see him talk like that in the interview, just like, yeah, because they're making
contractually obligated to fulfill a fucking duty. Yeah. No, I was gonna say that, like, I guess I'm kind of reminded, or I don't know if it's the best analogy, but it certainly is an analogy of how, like, Way Forward was a fucking great ass company that made some absolute bangers.
Oh boy, yeah.
And they, you know, continue to do so. And then Yacht Club came out of that, and then Yacht Club made some fucking bangers, and it's like, yo, I'm down for anything Yacht Club is making, but also Way Forward is still doing cool shit, you know? Like, River City Girls was awesome. Mm-hmm. Like, you kind of, you have the new thing that, you know, involved people that used to work there, but, like, they also still, as the old thing, there's stuff around to care about every now and then. I don't know what's going on with whatever else they've made. I didn't check out the Blood Rain Betrayal game, you know.
I didn't even know that existed.
But but like every once in a while, if there's something cool that Way Forward does, it's like, yeah, that can exist too while Yacht Club is doing cool shit. So, yeah. Anyways. All right. Oh God. What? No, just like there's a bigger topic that we probably could have gotten around to earlier, but is Blizzard has had they've been in the news a bit, and like this week there was an announcement about a manager who left in protest because of an employee ranking system.
Oh, this thing fucking rules.
And essentially what this more or less simplifies into is there was a manager who worked on WoW Classic who basically was revealing like all the shit that he was frustrated with about the way the company culture forces him to work. And some of the things they've done when they became Activision Blizzard King was enforce quotas that would force you to grade the employees that worked under you as on a curve, and you could only give a number of people a successful rating. You had to mark some people as developing whether or not you actually felt that way.
Yeah, and so it's like, oh, they're working on it, they're doing okay, when actually they're doing completely fine.
Yeah.
When this came out, I saw a lot of folks talking about they work at fucked up corporate institutions that have similar metrics, and described that it is a really good way to massively increase employee turnover, because people find out that they've been essentially like designated the fucking shitter of their floor so that their boss can have good numbers.
Gaslight.
There has to be bad numbers for other people to have good numbers.
Like parking ticket quotas. You have employees that are gaslit into thinking they're the worst one when they're absolutely fine. And the policy basically is some horseshit that they weren't gonna like let him not do. It encourages corporate competition between employees, sabotage of one another's work.
Yeah, it encourages people to sabotage each other.
Right. Desire for people to find low-performing teams that they can be the best-performing worker on, and it erodes trust and destroys creativity, was what he said.
Supposedly, this is a variation on how Valve runs their no-bosses dev floor. Which is one of the reason that Valve just kind of doesn't fucking make anything anymore. One of the examples that I remember from a long time ago is that the way that Valve works is that the thing that you make, you get a percentage of whatever the thing that you made brings in dollar-wise, which led to an explosion of people working on fucking Team Fortress cosmetics and trying to get Artifact off the ground so that, hey, the card that I made was really good, so I could get a percentage of people trying to buy that fucking card. And this bossless fucking awful structure combined with that just constantly sabotages projects, because if your shit sucks, your inter-office grade will rise if somebody else's shit sucks harder or just doesn't come out.
Yeah,
it's
so
a fucking mess.
It's called stack ranking, and that's exactly it. It absolutely mandatorily requires some people to be considered, shit, despite the fact that they might not be doing a shit job at all.
And you have to grade people on a curve, but you have to keep them in the dark about it, because if they find out, everyone gets fucking pissed off because
Naturally.
You're being forced to fuck them over.
Yeah. And stuff like that absolutely affects your review, and goes from your review to your pay and such. So it's absolute bullshit.
You can't get a promotion or a cost of living increase because you're progressing, but the only reason you're progressing is because I had to put somebody as progressing, so I literally threw a dart and saw whose desk get hit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They're like, as someone who's like worked with teams, I can say that it's like, trust, there will be people who are on your team that you're like, no, this person could use some improvement in these areas, And, like, you can talk to them about that shit and try to figure it out. But the idea of the fucking quota that you can then use against them, you know, coming down from specifically going back to the merger is what they specify, is just, it's exactly what you'd expect of these bloated fucking gas bag companies. So anyway,
this is a larger step up the tier. So like, there's a lot of places that are having wage crises, right? Jobs that have been historically underpaid. The argument for minimum wage, like in the States, or, you know, increased pay up to $15 or $20 an hour. And so like, there's actually crazy low unemployment in North America, at least, despite the fact that you see a lot of places demand for staff, because there's a wage crisis. They don't want to pay it, so they don't get people. One step up from that is this system. So the idea is you have your top performing, your S rank employees. And then there's obviously some slackers, right? You got some C or D rank employees. Well, the idea is that at the end of the year, if they're not progressing, well, you'll just replace them, because labor is infinite, and there's an infinite number of applications for every single person on this team, right?
Naturally.
Except there fucking isn't.
Yeah.
You're in the situation given, you're running WoW Classic fucking servers and running fucking video game dev. There's not infinite applicants for your job, especially when your company got kicked out of China and is in constant rape scandals.
But the context which this stack ranking style of managing was introduced and first invented was in the fucking 80s at General Electric, when they were first getting tech companies started up, and they used it in that context to particularly make a hyper-competitive environment, like, you know, back then.
Hey, let me tell you, my dad worked for GE in the 80s. In GE in the 80s, there was an infinite supply of applicants.
So that's what we're carrying forward now, right? Because it comes from that era. It got used by Amazon, and then it's straight up old fucking tech world mentality where if everyone's at each other's throats, then it's a race to the bottom for wages. It's a race to the bottom for quality of you know, your job support.
That was a situation. Do you know how my dad worked for GE at a generator plant to make electric generators for hydro dams? He got the job by going there and being like, "Hey, can I work in your factory?" And they're like, "What education you got?" And he's like, "Nothing." They're like, "Cool, fine. Get in. Here's how you don't kill yourself in the copper cooking machine."
Naturally.
When you do that, you have infinite applicants, because you'll take any dude off the street.
Yeah. No, it's always a vote of confidence when you're like, hey, where did this policy come from? And you smash cut back in time to Mad Men and the fucking Wolf of Wall Street, you know, with dudes on fucking lewds just losing their minds and going like, oh, right, that's where this policy came from. Cool. Got it.
The era that tainted American dollar bills with cocaine to the part where you can't get the cocaine off of American currency.
Anyways, good times over at Blizzard. He says that he's willing to return if they ever got rid of that shit, but
they're not gonna.
Come on. At the end of the day, you know. But it's like, I think he said he was there for 20 years or something. So it's like, that must suck, man. But, you know, that's upheld your principles and you know, understandable. But
the
that
first
shit
thing that he did when he left is his boss graded him as a C tier progressing guy to increase his supervisory numbers.
Developing.
How long can I keep him on developing when he's not here? Until somebody finds out.
Let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
All right, we got one coming in from James, who says, "Dear greetings, Porb and Warb. James here, watching a VOD of Paige May Cry. Pat stated that Wooly invented the terms rorb, blorb, porb, etc., with Hitchhiker backing up the claim saying he didn't hear these terms before those LPs.
Yeah, I think we invented them.
However, I'd like to slightly correct you, as I have heard similar terms before as vorb and horb and morb to describe action games at the time, such as DMC or early God of War games. Vorb is short for violence orb, defining orbs dropped when attacking enemies, breaking destructible environments, and aggressively opening chests. You primarily use as currency or experience. I recall my friends joking about chests that are really empty and the vorbs come into existence when Kratos opens them. A horb being a health orb, and a morb is a mana or magic orb.
You're fucking crazy.
Yeah, I think this person is... Yeah, so I think this person is talking about some shit they did with their friends and is
Nobody
lying.
says morb or vorb.
It sounds like James here is talking about lingo with their friends that were some inside jokes, and they're lying to pretend this was a widespread thing.
Yeah.
No.
No, it was us. It was us. We invented the porbs. We ruined Devil May Cry discussion forever, talking about blorbs.
All right.
I actually recently discovered that I invented the term frame rate dimension. I had assumed that I had stolen it from somewhere else, but apparently I stole it from me.
I believe that because I don't think I've ever really used it, but yes, that is there. All right. Here, let's take another one over here. Dear CSB, insert silly names. I've been watching the Mass Effect 3 LP. Wooly brought up Asari's long-term strategy for genocide alongside replacing all other alien species by fornicating them out of existence. Right. Obviously, this was an incredibly apt dog whistle for the real-life conspiracy to erase the purity of the white man by shipping foreigners to America and assigning them interracial lovers. Wooly, could you blow this whole thing open by revealing the secret contract the Deep State gave Punch Bomb to seduce you? Yes, clearly, this is a absolute, this is a whistleblower scenario. There is, in fact, a multi-part documentary on the subject. I suggest you tune in. It's being posted on Pornhub. That's where you can find out more about the truth behind the matter. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think fast forward a couple centuries, and we're gonna be looking at super hot cappuccino colored people.
That's what Mass Effect's books said that was going to happen.
I think that's probably it. Just average out.
Big old melange. Once we get to space, that's the big one. Once we get to space.
Sure. Class 1 Civ, all that shit. Average out the colors, and we're getting beautiful cappuccino forever.
Until we land somewhere with like a weird sun or like bad gravity.
And then it starts happening again.
And then you get like then skin color and shit like that. Who gives a fuck? We're talking about the 3-foot tall fucking Blorbos or the 9-foot tall Wispatrons.
Or Neo-Sapiens.
Fuck Neo-Sapiens. I will kill a Neo-Sapien if I see them. Don't you fucking dare.
All right.
That was a really intense.
That was for nothing. For nothing. I
don't even know what the Neo-Sapien is in this context.
It doesn't
other
deserve
than my
that.
brain going, "You think you're better than me? I'll kill you."
Yeah. No, that's Exo Squad. All right, last one over here. Joe from Wisconsin says, "Dear Willie and Pat, hustler scam, the Phantom Thieves. It was recently discovered that a start.gg account entering Smash Ultimate Netplay tournaments was registering under the name the Phantom Thieves.
Right.
Turned out it's actually a group of at least 5 players who would work together, swap out between matches, and roleplay as the Phantom Thieves from Persona 5. What's interesting is that they never attempted to hide that there were multiple people. They have a public Twitter account, which they would use to add to the roleplay, never breaking character. They refer to themselves as we when asking for a lag check on StartGG, and also make calling cards for players they're about to face in the bracket. They even perform all-out attacks where the members join in on a private game lobby at the same time to spectate each other's matches. The discourse began after they began to make some upsets at the Coinbox, a $2,000 online weekly hosted by Hungrybox. He made a tweet and a video after finding out about them, and it set everything off. Some called for them to be banned. Others proclaimed, "Let them cook." The Score Esports even made a video about the situation as well. One of the thieves, a 16-year-old by the tag of Big Duck Hunt Fan 7000, came forward to apologize and take responsibility. They said the account has made only $15 so far, but promised to pay back any players who felt they were cheated out of higher placements by them. In the end, it seemed like it was just some kids having some fun playing pretend online. But it begs the question, hustle or scam?
I'd say neither. Absolutely not. Since they were completely open and honest about the gimmick they were running, and people only cared once they won dollars, they have to stop doing what they're doing, but they get to keep their bullshit because this is nonsense.
Okay, I'm inclined to say a harmless scam, because as a TO who's dealt with people who would sign up with friends' names and then lie in the bracket about who they were, or in some cases with the Canada Cup thing, we had a dude who signed up and then his girlfriend entered the bracket and then he came and replaced her after he got eliminated and fucked up the bracket.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's not cool. You are not allowed to play as someone else or replace people in a bracket for any reason. That violates the rules. And whoever faced you, it's unfair to them, you know, that as well, that like you fucking did that. So that is it is a hilarious bit. But you are fucking up the bracket, and especially if that is not okay and this defined as illegal from the jump, and you're doing that. It's a hilarious bit, but I'm gonna say scam that doesn't hurt anybody, you know. Because yeah, like people do not funny versions of this all the time, and fuck those people. They're cheating assholes, and you know, in worst case scenarios, you get like situations like again that one I was describing where I forgot the dude's name, but like whatever the cheater was, it's just like you fuck up the bracket for everybody who advances or who gets eliminated, and people who should be getting top 8 don't, and it's an actual situation in a bracket
fucked.
with money involved and so on. So yeah, you know, but but there's the bit is there. That's a strong bit. I can't pretend the bit ain't strong, you know. But when real money gets involved, you know, come on. Yeah, but that's as someone who TO'd, you know. All right. Also, that name,
That's incredible.
Like,
Big Duck Hunt fan.
Yeah, I guess again, strong bit. I have to
good.
acknowledge it, you know. All right.
What was it? Oh shit! I want to say something right away at the end. It's gone. It's gone.
Okay.
Left.
That's fine. That's a full ass podcast.
Yeah, sure is.
This should keep our trucker friends busy for at least 7 days.
All right. Have a good truck, everybody.